What is going on, people, people, people? Yes, what is going on? Hope y'all had a good day. I had an interesting day, but nonetheless, a good day. So, notice, first thing first, I take care of business. Um, the link is going to be a closed link. Y'all know what that means, right? That means that only certain people can click on the link. You're welcome to type whatever it is you want to type in the chat, but only certain people are going to be able to click the link. Okay, so anyway, so let me start by reading the paperwork that came out yesterday. Okay, I'm already clicking on the wrong button. I see you. But I don't see you. Say something.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're up here. Okay. How about that? All right. I was just getting ready to read the paperwork that came over yesterday, and we can get into the interview.
Okay.
See if it's gonna pop up. Hold on. Of course, it wants the trip. Put it in the place again. So, in your opinion, why do you think that Bo is needing, I guess, additional time outside what he's stated in his motion?
Why do I think what?
Why do you think Bo is asking for additional time?
He said because he couldn't get in to see Robert.
Okay.
To my knowledge, he was supposed to go Friday, but maybe something came up and the visit didn't happen. Because before he presents something, he's got to run it by Robert and go over it with Robert so that he
Right,
fully understands everything.
right.
Are
Reshona
you,
first did her first interview since the book. Who did she do her first interview with?
I think CBS this morning.
CBS. Okay. Um, try to go in order.
And I think they did an extended interview that was maybe 40 minutes long.
Oh, okay. I saw one for 26 minutes.
It could have been that. I don't know. You gonna play it?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up. Tabs open.
How many people are in the chat?
Okay, you know people in the bushes.
Oh,
Let me go out wall in the bushes. 17 people in the bushes.
17 in the bushes.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I'm not that big person. You do know what I
Had
think?
you? Did you watch any of the interview?
I haven't watched none in my actual work. I haven't watched it. I had time.
Yeah.
And it's amazing that people have already finished the book. I guess a lot of
Well,
them.
it's not that long of a book.
Oh,
I
okay.
didn't read it because it was packaged. I watched the first interview and I went into it objective. I went into it with an open mind. And I went into it ready to believe her because we had never heard from her. But
Right.
out the gate, it was these inconsistencies and just lies. The first thing she said was she wants to reclaim her name and reclaim Reshona Landfair and not have to go by Sean or the R. Kelly girl or the P girl. Well, nobody even knew who she was. Nobody knew her name. Nobody knew what she looked like. Because the Sun Times, when the tape came out, the Sun Times mentioned her the very first time it ran. People got on them, and then they never mentioned her name again. It was Sparkle's niece. And no one knew what she looked like except for those old pictures. No one had any idea what she looked like as she got older. So to me, it's false to say you're reclaiming something when nobody even knew who you were. The only people that would have known her are the people in her family and the people that she went to school with and the people in her neighborhood where she lived. She said she dropped out of school, so that eliminates that group. The minute the tape came out, she moved in with Robert and Drea. So you were no longer in that neighborhood. And that just leaves family. So to say, and then she said in one part she was being bullied by who? Nobody knows you're on the planet. So there was so many inconsistencies, so many lies. In another interview, she said she was very close to his children. You're close to his children as you're having sex with their mother and their father. She doesn't bring any of that stuff up. That's why I had a problem with it. She made it seem like there was this just secret relationship with her and Robert that nobody knew about. I met her in Robert's home, and Drea is the one that introduced me to her. So she would, every time she was over
Wow.
there, she was babysitting Joanne and around Drea and spending time with the dancers. So she knew that Robert was married. She knew that he had a family. She was crystal clear on that. So the issues that I have, The problem that I have is Sparkle said she started a relationship with him. You can't be a victim at 14 plus start a relationship with him. So that to me was off. And then Sparkle said on some interview that she had that her whole family had a meeting out at the Hyatt O'Hare. It was her mother and father, her sister Val, Reshona, and Val's husband Greg, and Robert and Barry Hankerson. So if that meeting is supposed to be about her wanting off of his label, and the excuse that she gave was he wouldn't let me work with another producer, why do you have to meet with all of your family there? And what's this, why would you have this meeting out at O'Hare at a hotel? Why wouldn't you just come to the studio or come to his house? So none of that made sense until you look at it from a different perspective and through a different lens. And so the fact that her and her sister and Rashana did not speak for years, she is the person that had the tape that came out in court, that's in court documents. She's the one
Reshona
that
had
released
the You said
Sparkle,
Reshona?
Stephanie Edwards.
Oh, okay. Sparked it. Okay.
So Robert told me, and what Robert told me ended up being confirmed by all the other sources. He told me that this guy broke into his locker, stole the tapes, drove them to New York, passed them to Barry. But it came out in court in Daryl McDavid's testimony that Barry Hankerson was angry that Robert had fired him and he wanted to destroy him. So he was looking for anything he could use to destroy him. Simultaneously, Sparkle was angry and trying to destroy him as well, and that's why they joined forces. So somebody saying, first of all, her only hit was written by Robert, produced by Robert. He starred in the video, he sang on half the song. She didn't have any talent to say, I want to work with another producer. I believe she found out that he was married because
Mm.
she didn't know that. And then she found out, like she said, she went to the studio and saw her niece there. By then, her niece would have been 17 or 18. So she's calling DCFS, but in their mind, we're going by here, but this is a person who's of age. There's nothing we could do with this. So that didn't go anywhere. And then she was doing everything in her power to hurt him. If you truly believe this was your 14-year-old niece on a sex tape, you would not have sent that to the Sun Times or had that released into the public. You would have walked that into the police. Nobody would have wanted their minor family member exposed like that. And then she said some investigator called her. She had let him come over to her house and he wanted to show her the sex tape, and that's how she found out about it. But if you look back, and I did an interview on this years ago where Jim DeRogatis interviewed her, Sparkle, the day after he got the tape. How would you have identified the girl in the tape, and how would you know she was related to Sparkle? All of that was tied together, and all of it was consistent with Bonjean asking Reshona on the stand. Stephanie Edwards, Sparkle is the one that released the tape. And Reshona said correct. So they knew who put it out. It was Barry Hankerson and Reshona. But the question the public needs to ask is, why would she put out a tape if that was truly her 14-year-old niece? That's not something you would do.
normally, right? Now let me ask you this, okay? So is this tape that they're talking about different from what Lisa Van Allen and you know, she allegedly stole the tape or what have you and tried to blackmail him?
Yeah, that was a
Is
tape
this
with her on it. She,
that's the tape with her,
according
but
to,
this is different,
yeah, Robert recorded, I guess, every person he was sexually involved with. So Lisa Van Allen, according to her testimony, stole a tape that she herself was on, and that's what she wanted to be paid for. Then there was the tape that Demetrius said he saw with Carrie that had Drea on it. But the tape that had uh, Sparkle's niece allegedly went straight to Barry Hankerson. And that's the tape that Jim DeRogatis said he got from Barry Hankerson. That is the tape that Sparkle referred to. And that's the one that they had no problem being in the public domain. That's why I don't believe it was Reshona, because you would have never put your niece out in the public like that, and you would have never sent that to the Sun Times. You would have taken it to the police, and if they had a vendetta, which they did, according to Daryl McDavid, Sparkle had a vendetta against her family. Why? Why do you have a vendetta against Reshona? Why do you have a vendetta against your sister Val? What could possibly be going on that you have a vendetta and you're trying to destroy Robert, your niece, and your sister? So these are the things that came up in court, and they were also testified to by Daryl McDavid. So you've got to pay attention to that. And then Sparkle, remember, she went live when Reshona was on the stand and said she's lying on the stand. Sparkle said that about Reshona.
right? I remember
Then she
that.
said, then she said, I was never in a relationship with Robert, but if
Right.
I were, you and your mother were okay with you starting a relationship with him. That's a very key statement, because if you believe she was a victim, she's not starting a relationship. So that tells me the crux of her anger, the crux of her rage, and the reason for her vendetta. Val, her sister, Reshona, her niece, went behind her back and started a relationship with R. Kelly, knowing she was in a relationship with him. And that was, and so she vowed to get back at all of them. I think they found a tape and they just said this is her. So it's so
Yeah.
convoluted. And I could believe more. Like, I would be prone to believe Rashana, but she's telling a bunch of lies. So I got a hard time believing anybody in their family. It's just one lie after another. She said she's close to his children, but you're having sex with their mom and dad. Then she said after the trial, she thought they were going to be a family. She thought they were going to be close again. Uh, but I guess he distanced himself from her slowly. Then and I think that's around the time he met Kay Michelle. So he was probably more interested in Kay Michelle than her. Uh, but then she said she saw Surviving R. Kelly and she
Yeah.
felt bad. So she decided to come forward. But Sparkle said she was forced to testify. Bo Brindley took a statement from her where she said they forced me, they coerced me. I was threatened with jail if I didn't change my story. And I was offered 14 million. So conveniently she did that with Bo Brindley June of 25. Now, all of a sudden, somebody didn't want her to get on the stand and testify, so somebody backed her. She went from needing Section 8, needing food stamps, having no money, because in order for you to get Section 8, you have to live below the poverty line. She had a kid, obviously by a deadbeat guy that can't take care of him. So you're living off the government. How do you get the money to then get a glam squad, get Botox, get makeup artists, wardrobe, get a publicist,
I
and
was
get
woken up
a
by an
speechwriter?
explosion.
Right.
You know, because everything
Yeah.
she said was very calculated, meticulously written. She said she dropped out of school, yet she was using all these big words and using a lot of the new psychology words. I was love bombed. Uh, you know, what is just all these terms that are now being used. But she was putting money on his commissary. Tasha K got his jail records from Tawana Ingram, and Tasha K said Reshona Landfair was putting money on his commissary. So you saw Surviving R. Kelly January of 2019. He goes in July 11th of 2019, and she's putting money on his commissary for months. It doesn't add up. And by then she's 38, 39, 40, somewhere in there. Then she's lying about Robert's age. She keeps saying he's 18 years older than her. Robert is 16 years older than her. So everywhere she can push the envelope to make it appear worse, she does. And to me, you don't have to do that if you're telling the truth. If you were just 14 and put into a position, that's enough. And that's all you need. But then you've also got to say you were having sex with him and his wife. You had sex with him until you were in your 20s. You were putting money on his commissary. Then you're believable. If you tell the whole truth, you're believable. But when you leave out parts to sculpt the story, to shape the story, to fit your narrative, that's where I have a problem with it. So people have, you there? Oh, I don't know. Can they still hear me? Oh, I guess you guys can. I'll keep talking. Uh, People have a tendency to
Okay, I'm back, y'all. Oh, uh, what up, Miss Frugal? Uh, Let's see. Mad. Miss Sharon, I'm back up in here, y'all. And I tell you this, ooh, Lord. Y'all, I always like to have um different sides of the story. You know, I was just straight focused on the paperwork, wasn't focused on anything else because their story really didn't the full story like that. Didn't have that much bearing on the case. However, trying to get them in order. I should have this 6 days. Okay. And there's sources I pulled from. I have two people out here. I'm claiming fair acts on it. I won't put it on the screen. I'll just let it play because they actually answered a lot of questions that I had, right? And I still have some questions like, you know, what was testified to, right? Like why in the world did the daddy say um I mean like that whole transaction, right? Where he continued to drum and I heard that he still share. All right, sorry about that. Yeah. Anytime wow, it's just me. You get you can still count. You up here, Miss Sharon? Miss Sharon, are you're not muted? I hear you. I hear some noise.
You playing the interview?
I'm getting ready to play it. I was checking see what was you up there did Did your thought get interrupted when I dropped down? Was there anything else you want to say before I play this one? Try to play them in order. I have the one she did in Chicago first. You're gonna drop down again. Okay. Play down again.
So, what made you decide to write your book?
It took a lot of thought. My son was the biggest influence in my life. The R. Kelly girl. There's so much more to me than what happened to me when I was 14 years old. I'm a mother. And in order for me to get my power back, I realized that I had to be the R. Kelly girl and just truly
Time you decided to put pen to paper to write those words and what that felt like for you?
it was really hard. Growing up, everything that I went through was meant to be kept a secret. It was like, breaking code to speak on anything. So I didn't have the opportunity to really journal because I couldn't even be true to my journal or my diary. So
How old are you now versus when all of that started happening to you?
I'm 41 today. And at the time things started happening, I was 13.
Do you still carry that? What do
Yeah,
you do to work through those feelings?
just forgiving myself, just really, a lot of prayer, a lot of deep thought, talking to friends and family, and surrounding myself by positive energy.
Do you remember where you were and how you first met R. Kelly?
Yes, I first met him at one of our shows. He came to like a church show, and I was mesmerized.
Because you wanted to be a singer, a star. What were your
I was
aspirations?
I was in a singing group at the time, very popular overseas. We did a lot of great work. We had a lot of cover songs. So, Robert and I had a lot in common. He played basketball at the time. We were all at like the peak of our careers. He was a rising star. So I was, really excited to meet him.
When did you realize, after all of the abuse that you endured at the hands of R. Kelly, that you were put on public display by way of a video? When did you realize your
Um,
face was shown and people around the city of Chicago had seen this tape of you?
I was about 17 years old. Um, I was devastated when I found out. I was very scared. I did not want that person to be me.
Did that change your childhood, your upbringing at 17 based on this video being out there? And then if it did, how did it change everything?
It changed my life overall, even today as a 41-year-old woman. It started at a very young age, but it still carries with me today. And it was really hard during that time because I was a child. So being bullied and being laughed at and being made a mockery, was more difficult. But I'm here and I can speak clearly today because I'm fully developed mentally and I know how to accept those words.
When R. Kelly went to trial here in Chicago, we knew you as Jane Doe at the time.
Hmm.
What happened? Why did anybody advocate for you? Did anybody speak out for you?
Not many people advocated or spoke out. A lot of people were operating out of fear or not wanting to lose their jobs or, just kind of sweeping it under the rug like, things weren't happening. It was like a turn the other cheek thing. Robert Holt held a lot of power, in the community, in the industry. So it was more so just convincing themselves that it wasn't happening as well.
Did you ever expect that that tape would be seen by I mean, that's child pornography.
Right.
Did you ever expect that tape to be seen in the public? Did you even know he was recording?
I did know he was recording because that was one of mostly all of the sex acts were recorded. So yes, I did know. I didn't know exactly what was happening because it took a while to know that I was being fed champagne while that action was happening. And it took a really long time for me to view the tape because I never wanted to see what other people saw and the mockery they made of me. So when I finally did, I didn't even know that I was drinking at age 14 when those things were happening.
The tape happens at 14.
Yes.
When do you watch it?
I didn't watch it until I was an adult in court. I had to view the tape to identify myself and to be able to fully testify.
And are we talking about the last court situation that R. Kelly had?
Yes.
What do you think today, knowing that R. Kelly is behind bars? I know he responded to your other interview that you did, and knowing that your book is out, what do you think?
I hope he finally gets it. I hope he understands the masses of people that he hurt and the power that he took away, and he needs help.
Do you think his music currently is, you still can hear it,
Hmm.
you still can stream it?
Hmm.
Do you think his music should be played? Because, there's a whole debate in this world now,
Hmm.
separating the artist from what they did. Do you think that that's a real thing? Can you separate the acts of an artist from the music?
Well, they don't know that side of him. They didn't experience that side of him. I won't take his creativity away. I won't say that he's not a great artist. So I understand that people still love his music. They only have it from like the public view. They don't have it from, behind the scenes.
What did you have to go through to get to this point to be vocal and identify yourself? You come out as you being that person in that video. What kind of things did you go through? Did you have to move away? Did you have to go through therapy? How did you sort of, and I don't even know, can you really heal from something like that?
I'm still healing. I'm still a work in progress, day by day. It took a lot of prayer. It took a lot of forgiveness of myself, the people around me, and just really confronting who I really was. Once I knew how to take the blame back for myself and understand I was 14 and this person was 18 years older than me, I no longer blamed myself. When you become a mom and a parent, you see things differently, and there's no way that that should have happened to me.
I started reading your book. I couldn't read the whole thing because I just got it yesterday.
Hmm.
But one thing that I know in the book, you talked about your family.
Hmm.
You have family members who were working for R. Kelly.
Hmm.
Your dad was an artist by way of playing instrument, and
Hmm.
he played for R. Kelly. Your aunt Sparkle, who
Hmm.
has now come out basically saying, she didn't groom you for R. Kelly. Why did you feel like that was important to, because I think I counted in your book Sparkle's name is mentioned maybe over 100 times.
Hmm.
What do you make of what she's come out and said as a result of your interview and your book coming out?
I just wanted to be clear that I don't look at my aunt Sparkle as grooming me for Robert. That is not my interpretation of what happened. She did advise me on certain things, but Robert groomed me, not her. And also, it's very complex. Her role in the entire situation. Everybody was focused on what they wanted and what they needed out of the situation. And I do appreciate the fact that she did reach out to authorities and she was on my behalf, but it's just a lot more complex than what was explained.
Understood. What is your family dynamic now with everything that's happened in your family? Because you do outline some of the things that
Mhm.
have happened in your family. What is that dynamic like for you?
It's pretty segregated. A lot of my family members are reaching out to me, saying how proud they are of me, how much they love me. We do have strong relationships, and they have apologized. And I've also had to apologize to them because it works both ways. Like, I was not perfect in the situation either. So we're all a work in progress. And I'm praying that this book brings complete healing to my family.
I followed everything R. Kelly well before
Hmm.
he was actually convicted and found guilty of everything. And one thing I always heard people say, and this was an allegation, they would say these
Yeah.
families were paid. They were paid. They knew what was going on. Is that true for your family?
That's not true. That is not true for my family. Robert was taking care of my family at a point in time because they had to leave their jobs from threats and harassed and have the resources needed to sustain a healthy lifestyle with everything that we were on. Things that I received from Robert were gifts when I was in a situationship with him. So there was never any, financial sugarcoat things or make things okay. It was literally a survival.
What made you come out now?
There never would have been a good time. But as an adult woman, as a mother, it was very important to me to not live in shame or hurt and just turn my pain into purpose.
Why are you getting emotional? What are you feeling?
So many people still blame me for what took place. If you look at my 14-year-old picture, think about your daughter, your friend, your goddaughter, your niece, and put yourself in that person's shoes and understand that that's a lot of weight to carry at such a young age. But I'm here today. I'm alive and present.
When you say people blame you, they're blaming you in 2026.
I'm getting death threats. I'm still the R. Kelly girl who got urinated on. You know, there's no mercy in that, but I'm not trying to convince those people of otherwise. I'm just here to do the healing for people who have gone through similar situations as me.
Why should people watch your book or read your book?
They should read my book because it's my experience. In our communities, we're taught to keep things like this private, or, if something happens, just, sweep it under the rug. It didn't go that way. Like, you don't want to shame your family or do this or that. But I want to bring awareness to molestation and pedophilia and just, give people power to talk and speak up for themselves.
I'm sorry you've had to go through this.
Thank you. Thank you.
But it's brave of you.
Thank you.
Because some see this and say, well, I didn't know that was, because somebody may not know that this is you now as an adult
Right.
from that video.
Right.
When you say you're getting death threats, is this on social media or people?
They're calling my family members' phone.
How do you deal with that?
I just am trying to just make sure me and my son remain safe.
That was one of the things people said is like when they felt like they would talk, they felt like they would say something, Robert's goons would show up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think
these are diehard fans? Hopefully people around him now are holding him accountable. Project Refine. It's a mentorship geared towards young girls who have gone through similar situations. I want to expand with like single mothers and just really give back. That's my passion.
Perfect. And your book, is it available now?
Okay, so let me stop it. That was the end. Okay, so she pretty much addressed why she came, why now, pretty much. Is what everybody always asks. And let me go on the record, be clear. If you were an adult and you involved with someone who's not an adult, that is an improper relationship. So I'm on the record. It doesn't, and as far as the law goes, it doesn't matter if the youngster came on to him or whatever the case, except for certain circumstances. But those are the more extreme situations. It is an improper relationship, and therefore it's not right. And I think the stories of the women that testified against him or was mentioned in the bad act evidence, I think um, it, it's a little confusion because one, it's, these things happened a long time ago, most of them, and two, most people don't understand. Well, why you come for now. Let me tell you how that works, right? And I'm not saying um, this works for everyone because I mean some people that would just say, "Yeah, I'll volunteer to testify," and some people probably needed a little more urging the from law enforcement, the prosecutors, and the team that supports the prosecutors, the cops, the interviewers, um, who are, the assistants, and as well as the prosecutor uh, can tell you if you don't testify, you are going to jail if that person has committed a crime as well. Okay, so I don't know all about that because I think what they're saying, like she was hiding the 2008 case, or she knew she needed to take a stand and didn't take the stand, and all of that. So if I don't know because
Well, let's start at the most logical place.
go ahead.
How do we know what age she began a sexual relationship with Robert? What evidence, what proof is there?
The tape for one.
The tape, according to the FBI, is inconclusive. They cannot determine the age, they cannot determine the identity, they cannot even determine when the tape was even recorded. That's
Well,
what was submitted in court. So all
okay.
you have is her saying, "That's me." That's all you got. And Sparkle saying, "That's my niece." That's what you
Okay.
have.
Right, and testimony is evidence. Testimony is evidence.
It's evidence, but she first said it wasn't her. She swore under oath, "That's not me." Her mother and father swore under oath, "That's not our daughter." Everyone in her family swore, "That's not her." The only person that said it was her was Sparkle. Even when it came to 2019, she didn't come forward to testify, and no one could prove it was her.
But
And if
Reshona,
this is truly a victim, why do you have to blackmail them with 14 million? Why do you have to give them Section 8? Why? So it's all of this coercion, manipulation, and force. I didn't say it. Sparkle said it. I didn't say it. The FBI said it. I didn't say she put commissary on his books. It's in his jail records. So it's too much. Of course, a 14-year-old cannot consent according to the law. But who says the relationship began when she was 14? All you have is Sparkle saying it, but then she contradicts it when she says, "You and your mother were okay with her starting a relationship with him." If she's a victim at 14, you can't start a relationship. Those two things don't go together. She said it wasn't her, and she held that position for 20 years. Her parents said it wasn't her. They held that position for 20 years. They're saying you received money from him. Greg worked for him. Of course, he received money. And she said it in that interview. That was the money, bare minimum. And it was for him playing on gigs. So why did they give her immunity? Why did they give her mother immunity? They had PPP fraud.
most
Another example of them being liars.
well,
So
if they
you've got,
go
huh?
ahead. I said no. If they
You've
gave
got
them,
two.
go ahead.
They gave what?
No, go ahead. I can finish me. I can start me finish. Go ahead.
You got too many inconsistency too many lies, too many mistruths, and too much withholding of information. So I can't line up with anything that is not uh, full disclosure. And she's not giving full disclosure here.
Well, I understand this, right? Okay. When
I see her. I see
you
her.
go to court, everybody,
Are you
what's
hungry?
that?
No.
Oh, when you go to court, right? When you get indicted, they don't go from like they don't talk about the entire relationship. You know, they are pretty much concentrating on proving the elements of the crimes that they are charging him with. Now, when she gets on, because testimony is evidence, when she gets on the stand, this last time it said that was her, that's R. Kelly, she was, a minor, and so on and so forth. That is evidence. Now,
Has she ever lied? Has she ever lied?
yeah,
Okay, so then we cannot trust her statement as being true.
well, that's when that's when his defense team is supposed to get up and challenge what she said.
And that's what they did. So because he's found guilty doesn't mean here's the most important thing. The jury found him guilty because everybody said they saw the tape back when it happened, which if you were in possession of the tape, you saw the tape and you believe that was a minor, you are a child predator and a pedophile your damn self. And you need to register as a sex offender, Dom K. Since you are so convinced this is a child, go register as a sex offender. But the most important thing is you broke two federal laws yourself. If you believe what you were watching was child porn, so you can't say, I saw the tape, it was a child, she was a minor, that this definitely happened based on my eyesight. Because you're confessing to being a sex offender yourself. So you're guilty. The other point is her statements are inconsistent. The judge said in his sentencing she was not going to get restitution. Why would he deny her restitution when Robert is the one that's going to pay that?
I don't,
Give me
your
best guess.
Because I don't know. I don't remember exactly.
The judge saw the tape. The judge heard all the evidence. The judge saw things that were not allowed into the court. And he denied this poor little 14-year-old restitution that was not going to be paid by the government. It was going to be paid by Robert Kelly. And he gave Robert 19 years concurrent. You're eligible for parole in 3. So if he would have gotten out of New York, Robert would have been eligible for parole and he would have been out. The judge said in his sentence, I don't believe this bullshit. But since the jury found you guilty based on their preconceived notion of guilt, then here's my ruling. So there's too much mess here to line up one way or the other. Nobody knows if it was her except her and Robert. And Robert's not talking. And there are too many inconsistencies in her story. She's told too many lies. And yes, she did keep a lot out of court, but these are interviews. She said, I'm telling my truth. I am reclaiming my name. Then why don't you talk about putting money on his books instead of saying, when I saw Surviving R. Kelly, I believe this, this, and this. That's a lie and it's bullshit. She said, I had a relationship in this interview. I had a relationship with his kids. I was close to his kids. But you were fucking their mother and their father? She lived in the house with them when she was 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. At what point does she have to take responsibility? At what point do we hold her accountable? She gets what? A clean slate, a free ride because Sparkle said that was a 14-year-old in a tape that no one can confirm but her.
Well,
It's
no.
ridiculous.
Well, and I understand what you're saying. However, the law is very clear on that, especially when it comes to any type of abuse to a minor. If she was a minor, they don't
And
care
we
if,
have not proven that. That's not been proven. But if she was a minor, go on.
well, again, if R. Kelly knew something different, if he knew her age or what have you, even though he did not take the stand, that still could have came out through his attorneys that was defending him. The
Yeah.
only thing, if I'm not mistaken, the only thing that they tried to do was, age her, right? It's just a defense. We would use if someone's claiming to be a minor and they're in this type of situation. That's one of the defenses. Well, you sure it didn't happen later than what you said, or so on and so forth, right? That's just one of the standard defenses that they use in situations like that. I don't recall, I may be wrong, but I don't recall at any time R. Kelly challenging the um, ages either in New York or Chicago. And
It was
there,
challenged with the FBI. That was presented. That's how we have it. It was part of the exhibits. The FBI report that said we cannot confirm the identity, we cannot confirm the age, we cannot confirm when the tape was made. All you have at that point is her testimony, which you're saying is evidence, and that's great. But this is a witness who not only has consistently lied, her aunt called her a liar as she was on the stand. What do you do with that? Her aunt called her a liar. Sparkle went live and said, my niece is lying on the stand. Sparkle said that.
but
So we're supposed to let all this go and say, and I'll even go with you. Okay, poor her at 14. What about her at 19, 20, 21, 22? You don't take any responsibility? She's so traumatized. That's not what she's saying. She sat there in another interview and said, we would have to compete for his affections. Come on. And this new Me Too era where women don't take responsibility, females don't take responsibility, is essentially saying females are brain dead. They are so weak mentally that they can't take responsibility for their actions. So what are you doing driving a car? What are you doing trying to get raises and get promotions on jobs if you can't bear the basic responsibility for your actions? And you're so traumatized and you're so, it's just bullshit. At 14, you know how to say no. At 14, she knew he was married. At 14, she knew he had a family. Could he have manipulated her? Yes. Could he have coerced her? Yes. She bears some responsibility, not as much as an adult, but she bears responsibility. Period. You told no one. And then you continue it not just until you're 23, 24. She kept a relationship with him until he went to jail. They were at his last concert together, the whole family. There was never any discord between her and Robert until he was going to jail and they forced her to testify and they dangled 14 million in her face. That can't be denied. She's putting money on his books. She's damn near 40 at that point. You're damn near 40. The whole time she said, I've loved this man. I cared about this man. People got in her head and called her a victim. And they told her, if you say you were 14 and this is the tape, you can get money. It's inconclusive. Nobody knows. And for people to come down so hard on one side or the other, I just throw the what ifs out there. I just throw the counter argument. I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't give a damn if it was her or not. I don't care. 14-year-olds are out here fucking all day, every day. 15-year-olds all day, every day. That's
We
when
know
you lose
that.
your virginity, and they are deciding who they're going to lose their virginity to, and they are making that decision consciously. But in this Me Too era, it's regret your decision, play the victim, and then go through life with this victim card. I don't like that. Take
Right. And
responsibility for your actions, and if you were truly victimized, I could get behind you.
that is understandable. However, the law is pretty clear. You know,
And the law is clear, if you're in possession of porn, you're guilty. So everybody that claims they watched that tape, the law is clear. You are a sex offender and you need to register as a sex offender. So if
well,
the law is clear one place, it's clear in all places. We can't, if the law is clear that oh, she was 14 and this should happen, the law is also clear she lied so many places, she's not, you can't take her serious as a witness. That's a law too. So which law are we going to focus on, and which one are we going to make prominent?
well,
All of
that
those are laws.
right. I mean, it's the trial fact at that point was the jury. They
Yeah.
apparently felt like she was credible, and when about the tape now, let's be clear, because a girl that was working with me, her boyfriend brought the tape up there to the police station where I was working, where the prosecutor, police, all us in the same building. And he, you know, put it on, we let him put it on the computer. And then we was like, oh, that's the first time we heard of it. We saw, the whole thing or whatever the book was out there. And then it came over the intercom and the emails. I mean, if you're in possession of so and so, whatever, that is child pornography, and you can get in trouble. So we started deleting it off the computer, and off the computer and stuff like that. And I don't, see at that time. So when you run across child pornography, they give you a couple of days to turn it in. If not, then you can be, you can face
Yeah, but if you watch it, you've watched it. Okay, you turned it in, but you watched it. So
we was watching to see is it true. That's why we weren't watching it.
don't matter why. I went into this with thinking, is this a child? That's a crime. That's a crime. All day long. It would, you sought it out, and I'm not saying you specifically, but I'm saying anyone that, I don't care how it came to you. If you looked at it saying, let me see if this is a minor, you went into it with full knowledge of what you were doing. That is a felony. It is a federal felony. It is a crime. And as you like to say, that's the law.
Angie,
So
yeah,
I'm sorry.
that's the
I'm
law,
sorry.
but it's more to it than that. It's not as cut and dry like
no,
that.
I mean, that we want to use the law where we want to use the law. No, it doesn't work that way. If we're going to stand on law, stand on law. That's all.
We standing on it. We standing on it. That's why I told you they.
Everybody that saw that tape is a pervert, a sex offender, and they need to register. We about the law over here.
Lord. Yeah. If you hold on to it, if it's something they can go back on your computer and see that you've been, this is what you're into.
If it sat there for 5 seconds, you were in possession and you watched. It don't matter if it's 3 days, 3 minutes. No.
We had in
The law says possession and watching. If all you saw was a shot, you watched it. I ain't never seen it. I ain't never held it. I never sought it out. Because I'm not a pedophile. I don't look for kitty porn. That ain't what I do.
Listen, I wasn't looking for it.
And I'm not so interested in somebody else's sex life that I'm gonna go seek out some shit like that. That's not something I would do. And I don't give a fuck if it's her or not. That ain't my child. That's her and her mama and daddy's responsibility. The same with Aaliyah.
That's a celebrity. We were like, wait a minute, let's see if this is true. And they, like I said, the girl boyfriend hooked it up right on up into the prosecutors. We at the top floors and police at the bottom, and hooked it up. And we was like, that is, who that is him. And we saw the little thing, and it came over the intercom, and we got an email saying if anybody is in possession of this tape, you are in possession of child pornography.
That's right. That's right. That's right.
Angie, y'all hear me?
They said, turn y'all asses in.
Hey, law enforcement and I, y'all ass going to jail. We can't.
That's right. That's right.
What up, Mona join? What's happening, Mona?
Hey, I'm joining, but I can't join for very long at all. Hi, Miss Winbush. Hey,
How you doing?
Hey, everybody in the chat. I know I disappeared for a minute, but I'm back. At least for a couple of minutes here. I just want to mention one. I listened to the entire book. I read the whole audio book, and I read the text.
Okay.
The audio book was in her own voice. I wanted to have that experience. I also wanted to just have like my own inner narrator, right? And the analytical side of the assessment. Here's some of the issue, and let me be clear. I'm tired. I've been up since 4:30 this morning, doing all kinds of stuff. So I don't have that kind of time, and I'm not going to argue with anybody. I'm just stating my opinion and also my professional opinion on some things based upon what I've heard. One, it feels like a fallacy of logic to say anybody who watched the tape or anybody who or because she also helped or participated that she is guilty, or that anybody who watched the tape, they are guilty. No questions asked. Then the same rules would then apply to R. Kelly being with an underage person. Whatever those circumstances are that came to be, then we would apply that same sort of thinking, right? If you're going to say, hey, well, that person, no matter what, if you watched it, then you did something wrong and you're responsible no matter what, then he knew he was with a 12-year-old when they first got together, and he should be responsible for that no matter what. So I think we need to be careful when we try to apply things like that.
None of that has been proven, but go ahead. All you have is her scripted words that were AI generated by somebody that wrote it out. But go ahead.
And that may be. However, here's what I'm going to always lean to. And y'all, and again, I've been gone for a minute, but I'm also going to go with the evidence in addition to. I'm not just going off of her information. I'm going off of what the jury found, which clearly a jury of his peers saw enough evidence to believe that it was her. The fact that she was provided immunity suggests that the prosecutors had evidence that suggests that it was her. Her mother got on the stand and said that it was her. There were people in the previous trials, multiple individuals who said it was her. Her best friend from that time said it was her. Her passport had a necklace on it that was identical to the necklace that was on the person. So now we're talking about, and even, if we look at what's going on in the world today in the files that are currently out there, those same rules are applying there. Why are we not going to apply them here? One thing, okay, yeah, that might be different, right? Okay, one thing, it might be a coincidence. But now we have a set of different things that all align. That is when you have what we would call fact. And we cannot get into a place of anti-intellectualism where we will allow ourselves to discredit or deny facts for what they are. There is an abundance of different elements in addition to her statement from what I saw and what I am familiar with this case and what I read there. For me, that's why I'm saying it's fact. It doesn't have to be a fact.
How do you determine her age?
It doesn't have
How
to
do
be
you
a
determine
fact.
her age? How do you determine her age?
Her age was determined by the fact that she had a passport, by her appearance. There were pictures of her at that time, and she said her age. We know what her birth certificate was. And again, I'm not trying to debate you, Miss Winbush. I'm just saying the evidence is there abundantly.
And the evidence is also there that there's too much lack of evidence. But go ahead. I mean, and I'm not trying to argue either.
Well,
you can have your opinion. We can agree to disagree. There's no. I don't have to agree with you, and you don't have to agree with me.
For certain, because we have two totally different, I think,
perspectives
in this. We have two totally different perspectives. I am coming from the perspective of a professional person who doesn't know either of these individuals, and I'm looking at it from both the clinical as well as just an everyday person. But for me, when I'm speaking right now and what I'm going to share is I'm sharing my experience, which is different from yours, and mine is based in a place of, for me, the facts suggest overwhelmingly that more likely than not the circumstances were. And even if I don't directly know, I have to leave it into the jury of the peers who firsthand got to examine and tackle that evidence that was put before them, and they found the very same thing. Okay, so aside from all of that, my whole point is when we try to apply some of these things in defense of individuals, we have to understand that it also can be applied to that same person that we're trying to defend, or that we're trying to
see. That's where you got it wrong. I've never defended
me,
Robert.
and I'm not debating you.
I don't defend Robert because I don't agree with her. Doesn't mean I'm defending Robert. I've never defended Robert.
I don't think that anyone here. I disagree. I think you do defend him, and I understand why, because you care about him, and you should defend the people.
That has nothing to do with it. If I thought for a minute he was guilty of this, I would stay silent. I'm not going to defend anyone harming someone if I believe conclusively this is what happened. I knew her, so I would be more emotionally attached to her. I know him. Would I throw him under the bus? Probably not, but I would shut the fuck up. I wouldn't say anything. You wouldn't hear from me if I thought he did that. And I would certainly not stand up for him in any way, shape, or form. Stand up. What?
Your statements just a bit ago, and I think it's very important.
No, because I disagree with her.
But hold on. You spoke for quite some time, and again, I'm not trying to debate, Angie. I'm just trying to put my side out there, and what you're doing, Miss Winbush, that's on you. But I'm just trying to say my experience from what I read in the book and what I just heard. I just sat back and heard you make multiple statements that said, yeah, she did do it, and she was with him, and she should be accountable too, and she should be this, and she should be. So just by proxy of you acknowledging the fact that this other person should have done something, or this other person should be accountable for something, means that they also engage, which means you believe that there was some level of engagement. Even so, I'm not going to sit here and try to convince you, or you try to convince me that the sky is not blue and the grass is not green. I'm not going to do that to you, and there's no reason for me to try to do that. All I'm going to speak to is what I read in a book and what I believe. So when I say that, you kind of like, even when I said, okay, this is, I just started off sharing some facts as I am aware of them, you immediately became countered and said, no, but it really didn't. And oh no, that was for AI.
No, I look at things broader. I expanded.
If you were not trying to advocate, and if it really didn't bother you, or if you really didn't have a stake in the fight the way that you said, there was no reason to even correct what I was saying, because all I was saying was what I had read, what I saw from the court cases, what we know. I hadn't even gotten to the point, because I really don't want to talk in defense of either person. I'm going to speak from the place that I typically do, which is as a person with my background, my credentials, and then, of course, what I know from my morals and ethics. Okay. One, factually, I'm speaking from a place of the overwhelming amount of evidence that we are aware of, that I have seen. I cannot convince myself that those elements do not align to suggest that's the case. So I'm speaking from that perspective. You see something different. That's perfectly fine. I have nothing to do with that. My thing is this, as I said before, when we start applying these same things, then we have to apply it to the other person. So if I'm going to be able to look at all of this stuff with R. Kelly, an abundance of evidence there for R. Kelly, and say, well, it never happened. It didn't. Who cares if there's 100 pieces of evidence that suggested in a jury of his peers and everybody else said it? Okay, if that's the case, then I can put that same thing to Reshona, and I can put that same thing to Geronda, and I can put that same. I can then start just deciding what facts I can dismiss, or when I want to just decide that facts don't. It just didn't happen just because I want to be in denial about them. I don't operate from that space, and I'm not operating from here. I'm talking about the book. And I'm talking about the combination of everything we know about the book and how we're handling this. We have to be careful when we're making arguments or statements about what is it, because if somebody pulls that same card on the other side, it applies and it doesn't work for the other person. So we got to be straight across. And I think that's some of what Angie often tries to talk about when it comes to the law, is that she's saying it weighs just as much on this side. And if you apply that same standard on the other side, does it hold water, or does it flip the situation? And it flips the situation. That's when you know you're not dealing in fact. That's when you're dealing in opinion, feeling, emotion, so on and so forth. Now, when it comes to what I am hearing and what I saw in that book, she did speak to a good portion of that in multiple times in that book. And I would even venture to say every single chapter that I read.
Did she say she had sex with Drea Kelly? Did she put that in the book?
If I may continue my statement, because I'm not going to get into.
See, you can't delete big chunks
you
of
can't
the
tell me
story.
what to speak on as far as how to articulate my point. What I was saying is that she speaks quite a bit about her own accountability, and that she understands that she, even quite frankly, still is trying to figure out how to piece all of this together, and that she acknowledged she maintained a relationship with him, and she doesn't deny any of those things. She understands and explains, as we know, that research is extremely clear. But again, if we decide to deal in fact, the research is overwhelmingly, decade after decade after decade, shows that it is not uncommon at all for a victim of actual abuse, especially one that has been groomed, to still engage with that person, to still have feelings of love and care even for that person. That does not mean that they have not been abused. Now, some people like to use that or say that, and that is what they say and how they want to feel. It's just not a fact. It's not what the research says. It's not how human behavior is. How do we know that? How many of our parents spanked us?
How many women have had sex at 14? How many females do you know have had sex at 14?
Not with a man who. How many men have had sex with a 14-year-old? That's
it happens all the time, and you have to separate.
That doesn't make it right. That does not make
Nobody
it right.
Nobody said it's right or wrong. I don't have to believe a story just because somebody tells it. I don't have to line up with that when all the facts of history say females have had sex with older men at 14, 15, 16, 17, because that's what they chose to do. Was it against the law? It depends on the state.
What is described in the book and what is described. And because, ma'am, if I could continue my statement so I can log off, and then you can continue sharing your part. I don't have.
We don't agree, and we don't have to go back and forth. I don't agree with you.
I came on here to.
But you keep presenting it as if I've got to buy into what you're saying, and I don't.
Am I speaking to you?
Why are you trying to convince me?
To the chat and to Angie. I came on and said Angie. I came on to speak to Angie. Now, if you are hearing me and you feel that I'm speaking directly towards you, that is
No, you
that's
said
your
I
perspective.
have to be careful. I'm defending him. And I said, no, I'm
I
not.
said we multiple times here.
No,
If
you said you're defending Robert. That's what you were saying. I,
Well,
Sharon, am
that was
defending
after
Robert.
you cut me off and you continue to interject as you are now. And I understand that I've heard your opinions. You have every right to them. However, that does not negate mine. And the fact that you continue to cut my perspective off and what I came here to share with Angie and or the members who happen to be here suggests that it's affecting you. I've never spoken to you. I came on and said Angie. And then I began to speak, and I was going to share my perspective of what I heard in the book. And I also said what we have here is an issue when we start applying a standard in one way, and then if it is applied in the reverse, we will have issues. That's not just a you thing. There are multiple people who support R. Kelly. Agreed? Thank you. So, as I was saying, in the book, she did speak to the fact that she maintained a relationship with R. Kelly, with his children. She spoke to the fact times where she left, she come back. There was times that there was a lot of push and pull between the two of them. There were also times where they were kind of torn because her family was still involved and there was weird relationships there, and that quite frankly the entire family to some degree was groomed. She also spoke to her torn relationship with Sparkle. I felt nothing in that book did she suggest or present herself as a total and complete victim who does not acknowledge that at some point she started making conscious decisions as well to continue to engage and how that has impacted her and her life. At the same time, it does not negate the fact that two things can be true. And it can be true that what happened to her and the way in which she became connected to him emotionally was inappropriate. It was done at the age of 12, and it was also done.
She didn't even meet him at 12. She didn't meet him at 12. She met him at 13. I was there. She met him at 13. Another lie that she told. See, that's the problem. So many
is
lies
not better
are in it.
than 12, ma'am. And again, these are statements in defense of 12 is not better than 13. The same
But
way
it's
not better-
another
hold on,
lie.
hold
It's
on.
to show the inconsistency. She said she met him at a basketball game. Sparkle says she took them to
did
the
not
studio.
say that. She did not say that in the book.
I saw it in an interview. She
And
said
that's
it in an
perfectly
interview.
fine.
Where did
That's
you meet him?
fine.
He came to my
Why are you
basketball game.
again interjecting instead of allowing me to speak?
I
on
heard
what my
you. And if
experience
you
is
are
with the book.
if you're leading down a road where there's lies, I have to interject because
don't
you
have
want
to
me to
do
be
anything.
blind to
No,
what
you want to be
the
blind to all
lies
of the
are.
facts because you want to
I'm
defend
looking
someone
at
you care
everything,
about.
and
That's
I have no
perfectly
dog in
fine.
the fight. I don't have a dog in
Yes,
the fight.
absolutely you do. Absolutely you do.
No, I don't. No, I
Okay,
don't.
then why can't I speak without you cutting me off in defense of
You
only
speak,
one
but
side?
then you go down a road where I'm supposed to just believe
And
the
you go
bullshit,
there,
and I
ma'am,
don't.
and I think based upon what we have seen here and what many people are indicating even in the chat to confirm that you too tend to go down roads that we believe are lies. I did not cut you off.
If go on,
I am not
go on.
required to interject when you make statements that suggest that that I don't agree with. When you
And that's
try to
okay.
say
I
that-
just
hold
said,
on,
is
I'm
she
not
lying?
required to do that,
Does
so
she
you're not
lie? That's
required.
all.
You are not required to do that. You can certainly make those statements whenever you would like to. My point is that you don't get to determine for me what I see to be as my experience from what I read in the book. That's
And
what
you
I'm
can't determine mine. And you can't tell
I've
me
never
who I
wanted to.
defend. And you
Trust me,
can't
I've
tell me
never
what I
wanted
need to
because it has
follow.
been abundantly clear from my time having heard you speak many times, and it's been very enjoyable conversations, or at least hearing your perspective. I've always been open to hearing everyone's perspective, including your own. However, I have never attempted to change your perspective. I have shared my own.
And vice versa. I just want you to
No,
include
ma'am. No, ma'am.
everything. Include the
I
lies.
don't have to
Include the
include things
mistruths.
that
That's all.
I don't have to include anti-intellectual concepts and ideas. I'm not going to participate that
Based on your opinion. And I think leaving that
based
out is very
based
anti-intellectual.
upon several key factors and elements of evidence that support my belief. You have a belief. The evidence does not support your belief.
There's plenty of
Evidence
evidence. And
supports
if you
my
watch
belief.
my last few
Okay, and that's
videos, I
perfectly
present
fine.
it.
Then why can't you stand on that?
Why can't you open yourself up to other perspectives?
Ma'am, I've always opened myself up to hearing you. I've always heard you.
It's
And I
not
certainly
me.
have heard.
It's not me. I'm not saying listen to me. I'm saying listen to a broader evidence that's being
absolutely
presented.
always have.
Go
I have
around and
even
look at it
changed
from the
you have-
other side.
Man, Angie can attest to the fact that there have been times when I am presented with new evidence, I have changed my opinion. I have said, from the very beginning, I was very much from the parents' perspective, I'm never going to speak on those parents. When additional evidence came forward that there was more involvement from the parents, I spoke up and said, this evidence now suggests that I disagree, and here's why I disagree. I don't scratch unless I itch, and I'm not going to be convinced that of something that I do not see evidence to support. That's fine, and I should be able to make my statements and share my experience and share my opinion without needing you to interject to tell me that the information that I have and the information that I have confirmed through multiple sources that you need to interject. I've yet to be able to speak to my experience with the book.
You've spoken. I heard you.
Absolutely not. Not without your interruption. Not without your interruption.
No. You spoke. You said, I'm tired. I'm only going to talk for 2 minutes. And yet you've rambled
And
with the same concepts, that I've already said I don't agree with.
Can anyone in the chat confirm that after I spoke that I was cut off well before the 2-minute mark? I might be delusional, and if I'm incorrect, I will absolutely apologize to you.
No, you've been up here talking for 25 minutes, so no, that's not
your
true.
Interruption.
Go on. Say what you have to say.
Will it be with or without your interruption?
Girl, go on and talk. Don't play these fucking games with me. Talk.
With or without your interruption?
If there's something I need to interrupt, I will interrupt before I forget the thought, because it needs to go right there. It's called stick a pin right there. Like when you said, this is evidence, this is evidence, this is evidence, but you don't say she lied here, she lied here, she lied here. That's Angie, something that I have to point out.
Thank you very much for allowing me up. I will come and speak at another time when I can engage without being interrupted, the same way that I engaged Miss Sharron, the same way that I will engage you. I enjoyed the book. I've learned more information from the book, and it also confirmed many of the things said. It also provided new information. I will share that at another time. I'm not going to engage or try to argue with someone who chooses to be disrespectful and not to afford me the same thing that I afforded her. And I would do it again, Miss Sharron. If I ever spoke to you again, I would afford you the same floor that you had before when I sat there quietly and was muted up. Thank you, and y'all can have a good day.
Oh, Lord.
All I ask is that people look at the entire picture and not just say, because I saw this, this is true. How many times in legal proceedings have things not been that way? Because this flows this way doesn't make it true. It doesn't make it fact. It just means that's how it flowed. This female's story has changed consistently. And for us to sit here and pretend like that didn't happen is delusional. That's delusional. She said it wasn't her in the first trial. Then she said it was her. Then she gave a statement to Bo Brindley saying she was forced. And all the reasons why they forced her. Then all of a sudden, somebody backs her and she comes out with a book that is not even in her own language. And how do we know that? Because her answers are memorized, they're rehearsed. It's like she's reading from a teleprompter. We're just going to ignore that? There was nothing free flowing about that. She got the questions in advance. She responded with her rehearsed answers. That's fact. That is fact. Of course, her book reads a certain way. All of her answers flowed with exactly what they wanted her to say. It's not consistent with her putting money on that man's Cash App. It's not consistent with her not wanting to break up with him. She wanted to be with him. I'm not saying she was never involved with him. My only question is, at what age did it start? That's the only question. Of course they were involved. Of course they had a relationship. That's obvious. The question is, was it her on the tape? There is no conclusive evidence that that was her on the tape. There is no conclusive evidence that she was 14 if it was her. And I have a problem believing Sparkle would have put that tape into the public if that had been her 14-year-old niece. Sparkle said out of her own voice and on her own recording, she began a relationship with R. Kelly knowing that was her man. If she thought for a minute that began at 14, that's not starting a relationship. These are facts as well. They didn't make it into the courtroom, but it doesn't mean they don't exist and that we have to ignore them and, oh, this is what they put in the court. We know 90% of the stuff never makes it in the court. It didn't make it in the court that Larry stole jail records along with everybody else and he flipped witnesses. That didn't make it into court, but it's true. He told us. We have the audio. It didn't make it into court that he flew Azriel to California, but he told us that on his own live. It didn't make it into court that Azriel and Reshona met up and then both of them got pissed, but Tasha K spoke to it. So there's a ton of stuff that happened that didn't make it in her book, that didn't make it on the audio, and that did not make it into court. Are we supposed to dismiss all of that and say we're only going to focus on the things that the judge allowed into the courtroom and that the jury saw? You know law. How many times have juries gotten it wrong? How many times have hell? And in New York, the judge didn't allow the text messages between Alice and Azriel. Why is that? It's how you argue.
Right. No,
Yeah, give me your reason for that. Why was that not allowed?
Because the judge had already stated that anything that suggests that these parents, the Clarence, had anything to do with was okay with their daughter being with a grown man like that will not be allowed. Okay. So
even though it proved she lied about her age, it showed she lied about her age in those text messages.
Yeah, and she testified to that is what happened. I mean, a lot of people don't understand because it wasn't clearly written, hey, these text messages won't be allowed, to support that. But I know that when she said anything about the parents, that means any evidence as well about the parents being involved and saying it was okay for R. Kelly to be with their daughter or whatever, that's not going to be allowed, for several reasons. One, consent wouldn't even apply in that matter and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's on some of those motions. You can find the motions where the judge is making rulings on the on the Lord have mercy, I'm not drawing a blank. Making rulings on whether or not to allow some evidence in into what goes in and what goes out. So yeah, they address that, and it kind of I tried to show them people where his team at that time tried to introduce evidence with regards to those parents, and they were shot down. Now it's not going to say it in big black letters if that's what they were trying to do, but if you it's just something I know. You understand what I'm saying? They tried to introduce something regarding those parents, and the judge, shut it out. So, man, then that's
And
why.
so, do you feel that affected him negatively or positively? His
Well,
outcome.
here's it. Okay.
Or do you, let me phrase it. Do you feel that was critical? Do you feel that's something the jury should have heard?
They couldn't hear it because of the rules, FRE 401 through 404. They couldn't have heard it because one, I think is FRE 4443. You cannot introduce anything that can be confusing to the jury, that could be so on and so forth. You might want to go and look that up. So it couldn't have been admitted anyway, based on FRE 403, 401
Because
through
it would
4.
confuse the jury.
It would confuse the jury. It would that's the normal objection. It's confusing to the jury, right? But anybody want to anybody want to look up FRE 403 and 44, y'all are willing to do so. This is what happens, right? Anytime there's a minor involved with a case like this, the defense is very, 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 very limited. Okay. Had she been 18, 19 or whatever, it would probably been a total different case because if there is any facts that was introduced in the case by the prosecutors with regards to the parents, then they will be able to take the stand or whatever. Because she allegedly was a minor, then the defense, like, the parents took her there and the parents left her there and they knew who she was and they ain't care and they were neglectful and they should be behind jail, whatever. That's null and void, right? Because the parents can't consent for their child to be with a grown man. So that's, it doesn't even matter. Even Nicole Blank Becker has something on her website that pretty kind of explains when men or women, but mainly men, get involved with someone underage. That
So does that mean that that absolves the parents?
No, not necessarily, because it depends on what actions the parents were the parents did. Now, if they took her there and they okayed it, yeah, you could be with my daughter, or he got money from it or whatever, that is a crime. So that wouldn't absorb R. Kelly from his situation, but he would just have, a co-defendant, or there would be another case for those particular parents. Yeah. So, and I used to try to see in the beginning, when I was hearing, a lot of talk about, when their relationship, when he was with these various women, and what all happened, and the lies and stuff like that. I always said that either side, no one told 100% the truth. No one told 100% the truth, right? So, but here's the thing, right? It's the prosecutor's case. The prosecutor is going to put in just the relevant matters with regards to their case. They're going to put in information to prove their elements and the facts of the case. They're not going to go back to day one until when him and her, whatever, met, and to the last day.
They're going to keep it very narrow.
Huh?
They're going to keep it very narrow.
Yeah, they're gonna keep it within the scope. And anytime you answer, that's outside the scope, you're gonna hear objection.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. So, but here's the thing: like, now, if the prosecutors open the door, by meaning, say they go down the line of talking about the parents, and let's say the whereabouts of parents type situation and all that type of stuff, whatever, that opens the door for the defense to come in and say, hey, okay, now we can tell the jury what the parents' roles were. Now we can talk about the parents because the prosecutor opened the door. And then,
okay, got you.
Yeah, now the evidence about the text messages and all that, whatever, now it's in play, regardless of what her age is. Yeah. But, they were, very careful to stay away from mentioning that much about the parents. And they mentioned it in the like, was it your mom on doing, with the text message? They didn't mention anything about what, let me see. Now they mentioned that. They mentioned the Dolphin Hotel, and I think they mentioned meeting him at a concert or something like that. So,
yeah, they went to his concert. She was dancing on the speaker, from what I understand. Here's my problem with all of this. And I do not defend Robert. I didn't come to this defending Robert. I came to this completely neutral. I just happened to see surviving R. Kelly was illegal because everybody was lying. Mute R. Kelly was illegal because you cannot see somebody's assets. The media was painting him guilty before he ever stepped foot inside the courtroom. Then we find out his jail records were taken. They were passed to Tasha K. Tasha K passed them to Tim Savage and Angelo Clary. Angelo Clary used them to lure his daughter away from R. Kelly, which is legitimate. They then shared the jail records with the informant. The informant lured her to Vegas. He had her in his house. He told us he spent days brainwashing her, coercing her with his wife and his daughter. That's the only way we found out. He was bragging about it. He says he got on Ryan Chabot's phone number from Angelo. He arranged for Azriel to fly to California to meet with Reshona. He and his wife paid for the plane ticket. He and his wife paid for her to fly to Chicago, take Joy's phone, and put surviving on the R. Kelly on the TV to try to get her away. And the informant is the one that told the feds where she was. So under duress, under coercion, under manipulation, Azriel flipped. That never made it into the courtroom, but it happened. That's critical to the case. His jail records being taken was critical, but it didn't make it into the courtroom. So when that lady that just got off says, I go by the facts and the evidence, you didn't see the majority of it. You didn't see the real of what happened. So how can you say these were legitimate trials when you leave out the fact that his jail records were stolen, that a federal informant inserted himself into this case, lured her to Vegas, brainwashed her over a period of 3 days, got Ryan Chabot's phone number, called him and said, I'm the uncle, I can get her to you. He flies her to California. She meets with Reshona. They powwow. She goes to Chicago. They fight. And under duress, he tells the feds where to find her. That's critical to the trial outcome. It's critical. So you can't say, I listened to the evidence because you didn't hear the most important evidence. You can't say, I paid attention to what happened in the courtroom and the jury came to their conclusion. The jury didn't have all the facts. They didn't hear everything. They didn't see everything because things were not known. And even now, you try to present it in the courtroom and you have roadblock, roadblock, roadblock. So there's a ton of things that never made it inside the courtroom that absolutely would have exonerated him.
Well, here's
But
the thing.
everybody doesn't, huh?
No, go ahead.
People want to act like that didn't happen. They want to act like he never said that. The guy wearing the screen mask came here to allegedly help Angelo, but he had his own crime, security bank fraud, and he got all of Angelo's followers, all of Tim Savage's followers to follow him. He formed his own little social media criminal enterprise, and he began illegally affecting the outcome of Robert Kelly's trials. The proof is there. I've shown it many, many, many times.
Okay,
It didn't make it into the courtroom.
He said he flew somebody to California because I don't remember him saying that.
We have the audio. He brags about it. He brags about them paying to fly Azriel to California. He brags about what he did. So I'm supposed to just ignore that and say, well, this was shown and this was shown. None of this would have even happened. We don't know with absolute certainty how old Reshona was because she's been lying so much. And that's the fact. Those are the facts. So based on what the jury did see, what the jury did hear, which was very limited, they came to the only conclusion that they could come to. But were they presented everything? No. They were not presented with the fact that witnesses were tampered with. Witnesses were coerced. They were bribed. They were blackmailed on both by the prosecutors and by the informant. All of that happened.
Well, and I know you probably won't disagree with this, but I mean,
okay, go ahead.
This is how it goes. Okay, the prosecutor and anybody on that team can, and I don't know if this happened, but they can get some the emails, right? Now they can't be involved in them stealing them and all of that. But just say if they got a hold of some emails, right? And you got a hard nut to crack, right? You look over their psychological profile, especially their personality, and you say, okay, let me try this. Let me try showing her that R. Kelly, and I'm just making this up. He was more in love with the other girl, and he was using you as a fool, and so on and so forth. Whatever. They're very skilled at that. Okay. And you can use that. You can pull anything out the sky. You can lie to her and get her to flip. That's legal. When it comes to the prosecutors, that's legal. I know it's hard to understand. A lot of people don't like that, but
the prosecutors didn't do it. Larry McGee did it. That's the difference. The
Oh,
prosecutors didn't do it. A federal informant did it that had nothing to do with the case. And he did it to get time off of his Synchrony Bank fraud. They didn't
oh,
touch it. And
okay.
he delivered her to them. Now, I don't think they knew him. I don't think they enlisted him. I don't think they came to him and said, "Hey, we need your skills." I think he's a groupie of R. Kelly. He's probably on the down low himself and wants to suck R. Kelly's ding-a-ling. He acts like
Oh,
that. This man spends more time on R. Kelly than he does on his wife and kids. So he's obsessed with R. Kelly. He's the super fan. He gets Ryan Chabot's number, and you hear the audio where he tricked Angelo out of it. And then he calls him behind the back and then lies about his relationship. Ryan Chabot didn't know who the fuck he is. Ryan Chabot was working with Angelo. So if you're in and they're working with you, why do you have to get the number on the sneak? Why do you have to cozy up to all these people to sneak and get numbers, to sneak and get access? But most importantly, so the prosecutors didn't do that to Azriel. The federal informant did. The federal informant orchestrated that. I could get Azriel to flip. Oh, well, we are doing this. Now, do I believe they were trying to get Angelo to bring Azriel to LA? Yes. But Angelo had to go back and check on his wife, so it wasn't going to go through. And the informant decided to insert himself. That's where the illegal part is. So you're
what,
saying if
what do you call
prosecutors
it?
would have done it,
Yeah,
huh?
I'm trying to figure out what all the California thing. What went on in California? Because I don't recall Larry saying anything about California. Like, why would the Azrael have to go to California?
The feds flew Reshona to California, I believe, to do that endorsement deal for that vodka. That's what I think she was there for. I truly don't know, but I'm guessing.
Uh,
So she happened to be in California. The informant was on the phone with Angelo every single day. He knew all the moves. He knew who was saying what. Angelo is confiding in him because he believes this is his friend. He doesn't know he's a bank robber. He doesn't know he's an identity theft person. He doesn't know he's a car cracker. He doesn't know he's a career criminal. He knows he's on Section 8. He knows he's on food stamps. He knows he's broke and living off of Janine, but he doesn't know this guy has a case and he's an informant and he's there to affect the outcome. So Angelo is otherwise, I don't believe Angelo would have fucked with him because Angelo has an aversion to that type of thing. So I believe he inserted himself, but she was in California. They had Azriel in Vegas. He contacts Ryan Chabot. He says, "Can you get her to California?" Him and Janine go buy a plane ticket, fly her to California to meet Reshona, and then she flies to Chicago, and that's when her and Joy get in the fight. And if you remember that guy's Shabazz precedence at the very beginning of that, before she got into the fight, she says he was still fucking Sean. She referred to her as Sean. The public doesn't know that. I know that. That's exactly what Azriel said. And that's why she was pissed. She arrived to Chicago straight from California. But that didn't make it into the courtroom. Of course, that's important. Of
well,
course,
I
that's
mean,
critical.
it's not relevant, reliable, or relatable to the elements in which he was being charged with. You understand what I'm
Tampering with
saying?
witnesses, tampering with witnesses is not important.
That's okay. He you can't really say that he was tampering with it. That
What
is
would you describe that? What is the legal term for what he did?
the legal term for what he did. Is really no legal term for what he did. He just had her at the house pretty much as a parent, right? Like a parent talking to a child that isn't his, trying to get her to, under. And I don't know if this happened or whatever. I'm just going by what I've heard out here, and I don't. And y'all know, I don't fuck with Larry, so, but I just believe that he went to her, and she was at his house, and pretty much was trying to get it through her head, and and as a good
He didn't
and
know her. He didn't know her.
right, and I do
He
believe that
met
he
her December 30th. What business is it of his to try to get in her head?
well
Like
because
a
at
parent. He didn't know her. That's not his
but at
child.
that time, right, but at that time he had a relationship with the father, and he was trying to put everything he could into getting R. Kelly convicted, right? As
Because
much
he got a 5K1 letter for it. It's not like he didn't get anything out the deal. He got a 5K1 letter.
you going in and out. You know what? For that, the timeline to that, we would have to look at. You know what I'm saying, to make that conclusion. Because I really don't know. I don't know if he knew about his case first and contacted and got up with Angelo and concocted a plan or whatever. I don't know. I would have to look at the timeline of that. I'm not gonna take nobody's word no more. I'm not talking about you, but I've been told so many things. I would just have to go and look at it myself, right? Which I won't be minding my own black business by doing so, but hey, so he can. So it's not against the law for someone to try to, you know, get you to flip and all that. So it's not against the law. When it begins to be against the law, if you threaten them, okay, if you're threatening them, if are oppressing them, if you're doing things like that, then it becomes against the law. I can meddle in anybody's case, not case, but meddle with a and at that time also she wasn't even a potential witness,
Yes, she
right?
was. She was a witness for Robert. That's why she had an attorney. Remember,
Okay,
she had Nicole Blank Becker as her attorney.
but she
That's why
wasn't.
they had the Curcio hearing.
What I'm saying was she wasn't a potential because she was on her whatever happened to her was on the indictment, that 719 um indictment, before she even flipped. You understand what I'm saying? Before she even flipped. So there's a
If
lot
she
of there.
wasn't a witness, they wouldn't have been calling trying to get her to talk to them. So
Right. No,
she,
they
Robert,
they
huh?
need listen. Okay. When it comes to crimes like sexual abuse, domestic abuse,
I don't think I'm way too fucking
I tell you, this thing is so goddamn. Oh, I hate this internet over here. I really do. Oh, sorry about that, y'all. I don't know where I dropped off or whatever. Trust me, I'm looking totally in opposite direction. I told Miss Sharon she should stay up here. She should stay up here and talk, and don't think everybody's fussing. We just have a difference of opinion. And I can't remember. Oh my gosh. We ain't talk about this case in so long. So here's out. So as long as Larry didn't like threaten her, bribe her, do anything like that, then he did nothing wrong, right? Now, whether his motivation for him getting involved was his case or whatever, I don't know. At first, I thought I knew, but baby, I don't know about that no more. I don't even let nobody tell me no more. I'm keeping it a buck. I would have to really go and and go figure that out myself. And I'm really not that interested. You understand what I'm saying? But um, that's in the beginning when I was saying like, unfortunately for the jurors and for the defendant, the whole story isn't put out in court. I mean, they'll be that court case would take 2 years. You understand what I'm saying? If they were there to lay it all out, no. The only their job is, hey, when they charge you, make sure it's correct. In each charge, you're gonna have what? Everybody should know this by now. You're gonna have elements. You're gonna have facts, and you're gonna have elements. The facts will go a little bit more into the story beyond the elements, but it's not going to go back, you know, way back when. Those facts is only there to support those elements, right? And so that's what they put in. Unless and if the prosecutor don't open the door, if they don't talk about Larry, if they don't talk about the parents, then that won't be a part of the what? Of the part of the case. And I mean, it's just that simple, right? We have, in law, we have, our procedures, FRC, RP, FRCP, and then we have the rules of evidence, the FREs, so on and so forth, right? The process depends damn near solely on those two things. And that's it. The defense can't come in and start talking about, stuff that the prosecution didn't talk about because that'd be beyond the scope. That would be, in evidence, not sometimes, they may say something, evidence not yet, admitted yet, stuff like that, right? So I know it's hard to understand, why they get to tell all those different stories and stuff like that. We remember Andrea, you know, bigging up R. Kelly almost as if she were still his wife, right? Okay, and then you see also at times where, especially on interviews, where she's talking all crazy about, it, right? And it's confusing. Anybody can be confused. All of them told all kinds of lies and this, that, and the third. That's why, some of them, it would be known to the defense who were, if there were any non-indicted co-conspirators in there, people who got immunity. And you automatically know if someone gives you immunity, it's because you have done something, or you can be asked a question that does what? Incriminate you, right? But because the prosecutors drive the case, and just let me tell you this, right? They're not going to go in any area, which may cost them the case, right? They're not going to go in an area that's going to do what? Confuse the jurors, none of that, okay? They're very skillful how they build an indictment. And if you already have witness who are imperfect, just say like what that man name is. Well, I can't remember none of this. What the dude name cut the food in there? And the whole thing was Sylvia. What that man name is? That went and got the ID and all that. He's an imperfect witness. So right then you got to, figure out how you're going to produce him, right? How you going to introduce him to the jury. Are you going to jump in front of it and say, hey, Mr. Johnny is, he's not going to be a person you like, but, he's here to tell the truth, and blah, 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 right? You have to jump in front of it or just hope you do enough to make the jurors see him as somebody being honest on that day on that stand, because that defense is, because Mr. Johnny on the stand, the defense can come in and go after Mr. Johnny, but only about the things that they have spoken about in court. So, unfortunately, and I listen. I don't know what all happened, all the moves and all that. Really, I don't know. I don't, right? But and here's the thing, right? We knew about the taking of the the emails and all that stuff somewhere during the first trial, right? That would have been a perfect time for them to talk about, for the defense to, talk about what happened, put in motions, whatever, claiming, attorney client, work product, or whatever, and that would have given Larry's involvement we would probably find out what exactly he did or did not do and how his involvement affected the case, right? Well, here's the thing, right? The BOP officer, Tasha K, and the other actors, right? Their involvement with the letters and stuff like that, their involvement with the jury, with whatever they said Larry did or what have you, it wasn't done on behalf of the prosecutors, right? Prosecutors didn't have them do none of that. That is why Jennifer Bonjean tried to link Tasha K and whatever else she could to the prosecutors. That way, now when she appealed, she can have something that says this was a prosecutorial misconduct. Now now this is where you're getting somewhere, right? But they got shot down. Because remember, that's when they came out and pretty much show what Larry sent to them or what kind of communication to them with the emails, and it was found that the prosecutors didn't have anything to do with the stolen emails and all that type of stuff, right? So they couldn't convince a judge that it was prosecutorial misconduct. Okay? And I trust me, I know this stuff. I'm a transactional lawyer, honey. I don't even go, I didn't even used to have to go to court. My client was either a corporation or when I worked for the people, I'm on the prosecution side. So I've never had had to go into no court, going back and forth with it, back and forth. But, they taught us this, okay? Not my specialty, but they taught us this, and I can go as far as I can remember this mess. But, so I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. I don't know. I want to know about this. Now I want to know about this California thing. I mean, I ain't like I can pick up the phone and ask them. Like, hey, these people are different out here, right? Usually, my real life with me and somebody done fell out, right? We can still pick up the phone and ask questions, right? Because that's how we roll. I can't, ask no questions, right? But yeah, y'all got pretty steamy really, really quick. So it's probably I got other things to do, and we're probably gonna have to continue this Reshona stuff. Y'all might getting drawn back in, y'all. Y'all can forget that. I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna be, waiting like a hungry dog for R. Kelly's paperwork to drop. I never, as y'all noticed, I never talked about the accusers or whatever because I know their stories important to the case, right? Only thing I needed from the accusers is to either confirm or deny what's on this indictment. That's the only thing I needed, right? I didn't need, to prove that they lied. I told you all of them lied on both sides, right? Right, and a long time, not a long time ago, but a while ago before they changed the law, right? They had a maximum time frame before you could come back and say that you were a victim of sexual abuse, right? Um, they had a cap on it, but they changed it. You know what I'm saying? They went ahead and changed it until it's no age limit, right? No limit on the amount of years, right? So, child, I'm gonna have to come back. Yeah, I'm gonna have to come back because I don't know the answers to know Larry's involvement. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a big deal, But I never heard anything about him flying anybody to California. Maybe he said it did. I don't know, y'all. It's a lot. I don't know. But what makes the law so hard to defend is because you can only focus on a limited amount of things, right? And it's so crazy, right? Check this out. It's so crazy that the police does more, has more information about, how the beginning of the relationship and all that, the ending and all that type of stuff. They have all of that normally, but the prosecutors, they only need just what they need to support their element. I think that has been the hardest thing to get people to understand that. And me, I told you, I don't believe in tricking nobody into no crime. But it was said that girl, and it just came out on the transcript, it said that girl told R. Kelly she was 18. And he still got found guilty. But see, my thing is, how are you going to holler intent and all that as part of the law when you can't say that he intended on messing with somebody that was 17 or 16, 17 if he didn't, he didn't know. You know what I'm saying? That's like you're not giving him some minutes, some days or whatever to say, nah, I ain't gonna go there with you, shorty, because you're just 17. I told you the law is very contradictory. It contradicts itself in certain places, right? I don't believe. I just don't believe in that. Tricking people into no crime. I I don't believe, a lot of the games we used to have to play to to get that. I mean, you would be surprised to get somebody to bite, to get somebody to move. You only because guess what? The the warrant is expired. You know, the judge only give you 30 days. The warrant is expired. You got to go back in there and say, judge, need another 30 days. And they don't be liking to give you those extensions, right? Then now you got to do something to make your subject or suspect make a move that can kind of confirm that you got the right person, that they're going to do something that you can add to the proposed indictment. And well, I mean, a lot of times it requires the help of the media. Tell the media, hey, I need you to print this in the paper, right? Or I need you to go and say, we have somebody that tell them where the gun was found or whatever, and then it's usually a tell on that subject or that suspect to see what he reacted at. Or if you got a tap on the phone, see if they get nervous about that and see who they call. Because see, you can also, that'd be a big deal because maybe just you maybe have some other people involved, right? Maybe have 4 or 5 people involved. He start calling, 4 or 5 people, all of them, all of them are talking about what happened, and then you can kind of glean to see, okay, do they know what happened before it went down, whatever. Now you got a whole conspiracy. Now you go around a whole bunch of people up, and on top of that, somebody gonna turn on somebody. You're gonna have that evidence, and evidence gonna just keep mounting, right? So, yeah, law enforcement get the lie and and turn people. So I know people don't like that, and but I and understand, all of us up here, that was up here have advanced degrees. I'm pretty sure it's a lot of y'all in that chat have advanced degrees or have an advanced mind. That's what we really need, an advanced mind to kind of understand how this whole thing works, right? And it is, and check this out right here. Even after he had gotten convicted, or was it before? One of them, he was getting letters from the accusers saying, they made me do it, I didn't want to do it, whatever. So he still had the love of those women, most of them anyway. And it's just a strange thing to deal with. Now listen, a prosecutor, 9 out of 10 ain't going to put that in unless they have a few people with the CV that can come up there and to speak as to why someone that is considered a victim would have that much love for the victimizer, right? So, preferably someone, you got a CV from someone who has interviewed or examined that particular victim, right? To really get the understanding. Where wouldn't a lot of professions they put on the stand, and they just because they have a CV that suggests that they are expert in that area, whatever. but it's nothing better to put one on the stand that has direct dealings with that particular person. You understand what I'm saying? So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Let me see if I can get some more of these interviews up with Reshona. Chat. Y'all can tell. I'm telling you, y'all can tell when I'm not at the good location. Damn Wi-Fi. Hold on, let me see. Okay, let's play this. And again, some people may not understand that, and this was hard to get people to understand. Like they can go from platform to platform, from interview to interview, and la 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 la. What matters is when they hit that stand, and then they are presumed to tell the truth. Now, the defense, if the defense has something that can prove that they are lying, then that would be admissible, right? That would be admissible. His attorney, the only thing his attorneys can do is to try to, try to shake her up, right? Is to approach her about so on and so forth, right? Which is going, hopefully it's something that does what? It shows her saying or doing something that's totally different. And let me build this up for you because it's so much, y'all. Oh Lord, it's just not. It does not stop right when you read what the law is. Performing it is a whole different ball game. So just say you get some back, and you're able to bring in where they contradict themselves on at another time, right? Now, and I'm pretty sure, and this is something Brian Steele would do, Attorney Steele would do, or anyone knows why YSL attorneys would do, right? They'll be like, okay, now, so you said that, but on direct you said this. Then now you can kind of make a allude to that the prosecutor put pressure on you to change change from your original test on your original story. Now we got something shaking. Okay, now we knocking on the door of prosecutorial misconduct, right? But that takes that his defense team to have have a good timeline, have that particular, what she said when, and they got discovery. They pretty much know what she's going to testify to. You need the defense attorney to get out there, figure out and find a way to trip her up. Make, are you lying now? Or were you lying then? Now you doing what? You increasing the reasonable doubt that is already in the case is already built in there. I mean, because you don't have most times you don't have the smoking gun, right? So that's why most cases are what circumstantial. But let me see. Let me play this girl's thing. Let me play this interview, and then I'm going to play what Adam stole from Miss Carla because I want to mind my own black business, child. Business. And I clicked on. I was like, oh, this is a pretty good perspective because I know when I tell you I know virtually nothing about these girls' stories because I didn't really listen to them and I didn't hang on to it. Not because I was wanting to make sure I have a non-biased opinion. I don't have a non-biased opinion anyway. I'm just telling you what's going on with this paperwork. It's because it was too much. So, but let's listen to this Good Morning America. Or do y'all want to do Joy Reid? Y'all want to do Joy Reid or her? Let's see. And right now, our attorneys are looking for constitutional rights. Okay. If he was cheated out of attorney-client or anything like that, anything that the amendment, the Constitution says that he is afforded while being a what? A prisoner, right? Or a detainee. And sometimes when they don't like to call people, they don't like to call people detainees because they say it's not covered under the Geneva Convention. But technically it is, but that's not here or there. I pushed on the button, y'all. Lord, I hope you don't knock me out. I think y'all have seen this. Let me just play what I thought. Don't strike me later. Ma'am, please don't strike me. I wouldn't mind my own black business. But the reason why I am still in her shit is because she said that she listened. Where's the girl's channel? Shit. Unsubscribe from these people. I hope she doesn't mind. Cause she and listen now, if she wrong, I don't know, but y'all can y'all be able to let me know. I'm saying right now, I haven't read any of these books. I haven't listened to any of these books and nothing. But she said she did it different. Hold on.
Book that she wrote. So I'm giving my opinions on that. Number one, did you get an opportunity to read it? I finished it. I bought the audio book because I was waiting for it to come out. So I bought the audio book and I listened to it in its totality. And at this point, I have to officially say that people who are still trying to create a justification for what, okay, you said you only got up to chapter 3. Okay, all right. Well, I'm not gonna give too many spoilers about this. I just want to get my opinion on some of the adverse reactions that I'm seeing to this and what this says about us as a people, right? That's what I really want to give insight to, because you said you took a break because it was it definitely was, Miller. And this is my thing. I don't think that anybody that is looking at this situation believes that these parents did the right thing. Some people can question whether Sparkle did the right thing or brought this out the right way. But what we can agree on is that there was never a situation where it should have been appropriate for an adult man take the person that we're talking about out of the situation. It was never a situation for a grown man should be with a girl that age. It's inappropriate. And even if we can advocate, I think I would be more inclined to be with some of these people if they would get out there and march and advocate that these parents be prosecuted. Hey, Sir Miguel, how are you? If they would get out and advocate that these parents be prosecuted, to bring charges against them. I've seen movements like that. You know, it's the same way when I can remember the lady who was shot in Florida by her neighbor, and that perfect neighbor. I can't think of her name, but those people, they went to every law enforcement building demanding that lady be arrested. If people went and did that, if you march for that, go and march that these parents be arrested, the charges be brought up against them. Go and march that other people who were involved, that charges be brought up against them. But asking for charges to be brought against other people who were involved do not say that you excuse the behavior of the perpetrator. There is no doubt that RSK was the perpetrator in this situation. He was the perpetrator. He was a 14-year-old child. And I keep hearing people still trying to make excuses saying that that's not him on the tape. And I am confused at how you are trying to say that when he's not saying that, when his attorneys are not saying that. You know, a lot of times, some of these people let me know how much they really know about the history. Now, there are people who might know about the case, but I can tell they don't know about the history of all of this. And I urge people to read everybody's account. And this is the problem with most people in this situation and in this sector. Most people in this situation and in this sector do not want to read material that is on all sides. And the reason why I feel like they don't want to open themselves up to reading that material is because they realize that they are going to find some things that they don't want to believe to be true. Now, prior to this, and I kind of explained some of my background about how I started to listen to individuals in the sector, because from the beginning, I was an R. Kelly fan. I have been an R. Kelly fan since I was a child, okay? And I've been to every concert that he had. So this is not coming from somebody who was not a fan of R. Kelly. I was an R. Kelly fan. When the allegations came out about Aaliyah, I did not believe them because her parents were denying them. When the situation came out with Reshona initially, I did not believe them because her parents said that they weren't her. I come from a family where my parents would never. But unfortunately, I have also been exposed to people and young girls where their parents will. And so when these parents came out and said that this wasn't their child, I'm coming from respect that I come from parents who would never, ever put in any kind of way my safety in jeopardy, right? That's the background I'm coming from. And I'm going to say this because there's so many people who keep talking about Tim Savage's response to the situation, but there are different types of people. But I can say this for certain. My family is the type of family that they are going to take it to the media, but they also going to take it to that can of whoop ass. They don't care. And a lot of them don't care if they get caught. They are going to use every resource they have available. So you have some people who will get active and use other resources in order to get that one out of a situation because they will do it by any means necessary. My grandfather, my father, my uncles, my cousins, all of them, they would have been on that rah-rah. But my grandmother would have made them go to the media. So we don't know how it came to be, how Tim and Jonathan made decisions on how they were supposed to react, but you can't gauge somebody's reaction to something when somebody has done something wrong and violated. Period. You can't. You can't not judge what resources they use that are available to them when they feel like their loved one is being harmed. Because in the moment of your loved one being harmed, you don't know what your reaction would be, really. And there are so many different components to how you would make a decision. In some situations, a man who only has one daughter might run out there and be impulsive. But a man who has multiple daughters, children, other things they have to be concerned about, they might feel like they need to be much more strategic. There are so many things that come with a person's decision making. And when somebody is feeling like their loved one is being harmed, you can't judge what resources they use that are available at their disposal. That's just what it is. However, my family, I know this for a fact, would have never, ever been okay with that type of situation. They would have never been okay. They would have used both mechanisms in order to try to get to me. And if they didn't, that would be fine. But nothing would be fine, but it would be because there's nothing they could do about it. I would be so far gone that
she's gonna go into the fact that she has read a lot of stuff and some other important stuff that I didn't even know, but let's give it a second. Yeah. I done said this 1,000 times. If I know when my daughter was appearing, what it said the girl was going to the MCC to wave and shit like that on Wednesdays or whatever. Let me tell you something. We do not play. I don't give a damn about none of it. We've been dressed up, baby, and been snatched her ass so quick. Put her in one of them serial killer vans, white vans, and baby, we off. We are off. Okay? And we'll go to court saying now, listen here. Listen here. Judge, I know what you're gonna say. But I'm telling you, you understand what I'm saying? Because we live in a society where they want you to do the most, but then when you do the damn most, they want to lock you up for doing the most. Make up your mind. That's all right. I make up my own mind. We going in. It don't matter who. Really don't make it. I be my child. Maybe you call me talking about, this, that, and is the case, baby. They know I get on the line from round the right people up. We going in.
Shit. It would be nothing that they could do about it, right? But they are going to try. They are going to use everything that they have available to them that's in the arsenal in order to do what they need to do. But in Reshona's situation with her parents, I don't ever see my parents doing anything like that. So when her parents came forward and said it wasn't her, Back in the day, that's what I believed. However, when all of this stuff started coming out, I was one of the, and because I have had interest in this topic for the longest time, trying to get down to it, I didn't just get interest when Surviving R. Kelly came out, right? And this is what I'm taking back. I want to go back to what I was saying about reviewing all sources, right? It is important in research that you review all accounts of a situation. Even if people think that some of those accounts may be false. And the reason why it is important to review all of it is because you will find some consistencies even in a false story. And so if you are researching properly, reviewing the sources properly, and you are paying close attention, you are taking mental notes, some people taking physical notes, you will see some things that will be corroborating even for people who don't on opposite sides of the story. You will be able to read between the lines. You will be able to see the white. And oftentimes I feel like so many people on the other side don't want to look at all of the source material on this subject because they realize that if they look at all the source material, they might start to see the white. So they deny and say, oh, we're not going to read this, we're not going to support this, and they tell other people don't read it, don't support it, because that's how you help to keep people in the dark. You help to keep people in the dark by not telling them not to read something or not to open their ears to something. Because when you tell them to do that, then they don't get the opportunity to use their own analytical skills to come to a conclusion. There is something that you can gather even from a source that you think is being untruthful. Because there is something truthful that they are going to say. And something truthful that they say may corroborate something that is actually on the other side of the spectrum. If you're researching properly, right? And so what I urge people to do, and like I said, because I didn't just come to this trying to figure out this R. Kelly situation and all the allegations and rumors that had been behind him when Surviving R. Kelly started. I had already had some interest in investigating this situation long before that because it was a point of contention for me. When the rumors started to resurface, when people started to say that this child victim was still around him, was still involved with him, was still in his care, then I started to question, what is this? If you were acquitted of these charges, why would you still be in the company of this individual in the way in which you are? And so it did bring up some questions. So as a result, I read the source material. I read R. Kelly's book. I read Jim Daragada's book. I read all of the other books and articles and things that people were around R. Kelly had to say. And I read this book. And my conclusion is that there is corroborating evidence from R. Kelly's roller coaster to some of the things that we are hearing mentioned on the opposite side of the spectrum. And I urge people to read all of the source material and come to your own conclusion, not what someone is feeding you. Like I said, I find it weird and strange that people are still trying to say that he was not the person on the tape. Now, I'm going to tell you a piece of material that I think is being grossly misconstrued, right? And because I review all of the source material, when Jim Delgadas got that first tape that he got, this is why I urge people to fucking read. Because if you read, you will stop giving out misinformation. When Jim Delgadas got the first tape that he received from this anonymous source, that was not a tape with Reshona Landfair on it. And I think that is being exploited by several content creators. There was another girl who they don't know who that girl was. And if I'm not mistaken, I still think to this day they don't know who it is. They don't know who it is. They don't know if the person was underage or of age. But the tape was sent to them, and it was sent to him with that fax. The original tape that was sent to Jim Daragada was accompanying a fax. And then he was told to look in his mailbox. That original tape was not shown to Landfair. Now, when I hear so many content creators bring up the fact that the tape was not of Reshona Landfair, I think that they are purposefully using that. And this is what I'm saying. Some of them have read the source material. And they are purposefully giving misinformation and disinformation. Right? So he gets this tape. They do research trying to figure out who is this on this tape. In the meantime, he finds out about the girl's name is Tiffany. I can't think of her last name, but the other girl who had the lawsuit against him, right? And this is what they start to investigate. Sparkle, he did not go to Sparkle with a tape. That was not their first contact. The first contact that he had was because there was rumors that something was going on, but there was still no tape seen yet. And Sparkle did confide at that time that she thought that there was possibly something inappropriate going on, but it keeps being denied. And then when Jim gets a call from Sparkle, Sparkle has already seen the tape. So the people here who are saying that Jim Garagos was the person who took the tape to Sparkle, and why he take the tape to her as opposed to taking it to her parents, the reason he took the tape to her was because he tried to go to the parents. The parents would not speak to him. So he got word that Sparkle had some concerns. He had a conversation with her, but at the time of the conversation, there was no tape that he had in his possession of Reshona Landfair. The tape that he had in his possession was of another person that could not confirm the age of the person. And this may be some of what is being misconstrued when they are saying that there is a tape that is out here that they cannot confirm the identity of the individual who's on the tape. That can be part of evidence as well. We don't know. But what these people are putting out is purposely misinformation and disinformation campaign. Okay? So that's the first thing. Is that there was a tape? Yes. That they could not identify the person in the tape. So they couldn't tell whether the person was a victim or not, because they did not know if the girl was of age or not, because they never knew who it was. And that was the first tape that went to Jim Garagos. When him and Sparkle had the conversation, Jim Garagos confirmed to Sparkle that he had seen a tape. They were unable to confirm the age of the person in the tape, but the tape was sent with a fax that preceded it that talked about R. Kelly liking young girls. So the conclusion that they concluded was that they thought it might be a young girl on this anonymous first tape that was sent to Jim Garagos, but they couldn't confirm it because they could never find a victim. And then in additional to that, Jim Garagos said, Sparkle, no, it was not your niece in this tape. It's not her. Because that was their first thought. So they went to go try to get a picture of this goddaughter that Robert his album to, in addition to his children, and then her parents. And they went to go get this because of the rumor that they heard. They saw the picture of her and was like, no, this girl on this tape is not Reshona Landfair. So that's the first tape that Jim Garagos got his hands on, right? By the time the rumors of the second tape and the second tape started getting out there, the one that is being said to be Reshona Landfair, Sparkle saw the tape before Jim Garagos got a hold of the tape. She called Jim Garagos. Jim Garagos did not call her. Oh. But I wanted to be clear that Jim Garagos did try to reach out to Reshona's parents. So there should not be any question about did he attempt to reach out to her parents or why he did. He attempted to reach out to her parents the same way he reached out to Tiffany Hawkins' mother, and her mother said she could not speak to him because of the NDA that they had signed from the settlement. In addition to that, Another thing I want to debunk, because if you read all the source material, you will be able to debunk this. Never alleged that he was the father of her child. That's something that came from the attorneys to try to discredit her story. But that was never in the original court documents. Never. She never alleged that. So that came out of the other side of the tent in order to discredit her. So, but he said it was a settlement, $250,000 settlement, right? And he went to go talk to her mother and try to investigate that situation. So when Sparkle calls Jim Derrick and says, there is a rumor that there is a tape. I'm being told it is a tape. Somebody told me this tape. When Jim and his partner got hold of a tape, this is how they end up in the police station. And Sparkle is there to confirm that the tape that they got hold of, that it was the same one that she saw previously, and that, yes, this is her niece on it. But Sparkle had already seen the tape prior to. He's the person who called Jim Derrick to say, my niece, I've seen it. Someone showed it to me. So he began to fish for the tape, him and his partner. They each got a copy of the recording. They went into the police station or the newsroom or wherever it was. I can't remember which one. And then this is where Sparkle confirms. She's there to confirm. They already know, Jim Derrick already knows the parents are not cooperative because he already tried to reach out to them. That's how they know that they were not cooperative. That's why Sparkle was the one to confirm. And I'm not taking up with Sparkle in this situation because I had some other feelings reserved for some of the things that she may or may have not done. However, that is the order of events that went, that how it happened. And it's not what people are perpetrating out here in the story. So there's already been foundation laid for how Sparkle saw the tape initially. There's been foundation laid for how Jim Derrick found out that there was a tape with Reshona on it. There's been foundation laid that there was a tape sent to Jim Derrick where there was an unidentifiable person on it. All of this information and foundation is available, but if you don't go read it, you won't know. So when you hear people speak about it, then you are going to take their word for it because they told you not to read it. But then you well, what they're essentially saying to you is the same thing the preacher does on Sunday morning. You don't need to read about it because now I'm going to tell you what to think about. That's essentially they're telling you. We are smarter than this. You can use your own analytical skills in order to read all the available source material on the subject. If it's something you're interested in finding out, investigating, and knowing, and come to your own conclusion. But they don't want you to come to that conclusion because they want to spoon feed you their conclusion. So I encourage everybody to read all of the source material, all of the comments, not just the transcripts. Go all the way back to the beginning and read everything that is available on this subject and draw your own conclusion. Don't read the black, read the white lines.
Okay. So check this out. That answered a whole bunch of questions. I still had. I was still asking. Well, well, how Jim know to take it to Sparkle? I mean, I've said that several times in my life, right? And listen, I ain't going back to read nothing. She already did the work. And I believe she has the right tools when it comes to research. Now, anybody can say that's not right or whatever, but you're going to have to show me black and white. You're going to have to show me the tools. Show me what tools you use. Because I didn't know. And that was like, just like how we, don't know how, I still don't know how 50 Cent got those tapes of Puffy in that hotel room. I still don't know. Okay. But she read a lot, she did the research, and I didn't even know there was another table on that list. I thought that the tape that Jim Derrick spoke of, that Lisa Van Allen said she stole, I thought that was all the same tape. Why? Because I'm not focusing on that part of it. I'm all the way down the line. What can I prove and what can't be proved, right? Because I'm going to do both sides, right? I'm going to do the prosecutor and the defense. Now, I believe, and I'm not just sitting here saying this because I'm mad at anybody. I mean, a lot of you guys could have gotten together behind, and I've always said this, behind Levi, behind Miss Sharron would be, another good person, to galvanize the movement and come up with something that you can take into the courtroom. Now, I told you I understand. I pretty much don't understand everybody's strategy. I don't take that much to figure out. But like it or hate it, I don't know, how y'all split that. What Miss Sharron does or is doing, and I'm not sure if she knows or not, or maybe she's given, or somebody, I can't even say her. I know a lot of people say it's Sharron, let's do all this, but I don't know. To be honest, I don't know. But when she gives the information that she has, or what her opinions are, or what have you, right, to his attorney or what have you, to me, out of everybody on either side, to me, she has been the closest one to get his case in the right direction. I said that a long time ago, right? I said that we should, I think I know, like Levi and them was pushing those text messages, and I got to page 11. I had a headache. I just can't figure. I can't sit there and try to understand ghetto or them little phrases or stuff. I don't have time for that. Okay, I don't have time for that. It makes my head hurt. But she went with the emails. I said, and go back on, I think I even put it in my title. I said the BOP and the email situation is a better angle because what? That means that you can start talking about prosecutorial misconduct, things that are considered a constitutional violation. Lawyers like to hear something that may be considered a constitutional violation. Okay? Normally, it's not in the story, okay, of what happened. It usually comes up. Well, if it's in the story, it usually comes up towards the end, but definitely when someone has been indicted. Okay? That's when you can start to look up, or to look for and see, well, is someone, is this person getting his what? Getting his his due process, right? Has his rights been violated? And it's not about, a lot of times it's not about whether he's innocent or guilty. And see, I know a lot of y'all are still there. We're not there anymore. We are only concerned about constitutional violation. Was his rights violated? That's why when you saw in Puppy's case, right, when they came in and searched the cell, he said he had his pad and whatever else, stuff that was marked legal on the top. Okay? Something simple as that. That can set the stage for something that may be considered prosecutorial misconduct, right? The defense got to go about the way of what, making the BOP an extension of the prosecution. Just like they tried to say that Tasha K, you can consider her an employee of whoever she was being sued by, or I don't know if it was this case or not, but remember we went over that. Even though she isn't an employee, is she performing duties like an employee would? The judge can then determine if that is the case. Now, again, that is unenumerated law, right? That is law that is not been written. What is the law that's been written is enumerated, okay? These are just some things you know. That's what I'm saying. You got to, when it comes to any type of science, and math is a science, law, all that type of stuff, you pay attention to what is written there, but you also got to pay attention to what is. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know how this is going to end. I don't know, right? I really can't tell you, because it's a lot of stuff that's going on now. Do y'all? Let me see if I can get this thing back up. Maybe I shouldn't put it on Facebook. I should put it up on, because baby, this computer here. But it's interesting. Like now, anytime, if we wasn't, if I wasn't trying to actively put these niggas in the headlock, right, I would simply pick up the phone and ask her, okay, what is this about this California? When did you do this? When did you do that? Whatever. Hopefully, if he wants to, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's not like, I'm an enemy asking him, I'm an enemy asking him to do this, but a time or whatever will kind of, give us the other side of the story. He probably preached it a million times. I don't know, because I don't listen. unless I get something, or unless I'm checking the traps to see who's talking about me, so I can fire their ass on up if I feel like. But like the timeline from when he knew he had the case, whatever. When I look, I thought, I didn't personally think that his case, or the knowledge of him having the case had anything to do with his activity to this. But listen, child, you find out about people, honey. So I don't know. You understand? If he got the timeline, if he know, what is being alleged, whatever, then, if he want to put it on his record over there, he can put it on his record, or on Levi's record, on somebody's record. So, it can be less confusing because that whole spiel that lady did with regards to those tapes, when I first heard it, I was like, oh, what? Because I promise you, I thought the tape that Lisa Van Allen had and the one, the girl, I thought it was one and the same. That's the only one I've ever seen, child. Sharron wants to go and sign up for the registry. No, Sharron, they gave us a chance. If you get out your computer, all you heard was people trying to delete it, delete, right? Because like I said, Creisha, and I dropped the call with Creisha before, but Creisha's boyfriend brought that up there to the job, honey. Yeah. And I came on up out my office to see. And at that time, it was going, like news of this was going around like wildfire. We were like, what? I ain't know nowhere to go find it or whatever. I wasn't, I really wasn't going to look for it. But since he, I don't know. And you know what? He had on his Valentine's Day short set. When I tell you, I didn't, because I know, how Creisha's feelings was, whatever, I was paying attention. It was something that was funny, but how they picked at her by her boyfriend having a Valentine's Day short set coming up to that job. And I knew the next day she wasn't coming into work. And she didn't. I be knowing, but I know people like, just like that. I know when I read that girl who was supposed to had talked to University of Florida first, and then, of course, then by University of Florida doing the switcheroo and got me and all this and whatever, and I had to read her ass. I had to call her and read her ass, when we got home. I knew she wasn't coming to work the next day. She didn't. But yeah. So, but when you come across child pornography, they give you 2 or 3 days to turn in to the cops. Or you better have a good excuse as to why you still have this child pornography. But yeah, so but I'm interested in reading what did both say he needed additional time. Hopefully this don't knock you. Oh Lord. Lord. Things gonna get better. I am always. I'd be happy when I be going off. You know that. I mean, I think I don't be, but I'm just like that. I am a happy person. Yeah, but sometimes when you get too well spoken, they stuff right back and forth. Um, Advanced degree individual on the same stage. This would happen. But listen, if anybody want to send a kite to the man in the truck, if he doesn't mind, can he do a timeline so we'll know? I don't know. I don't know. And now we ain't minding our own black business. If you don't want to, that is fine. But y'all tell the man in the truck. That nice, huh? But I want from Saturday Night I can be the man in the truck to give us an idea, right? Because what that young lady gave us or gave me, shit, I didn't even know. Because it was a bunch of us wondering, why did Jim Derek got us go back to Sparkle? What the hell is going on here? How you remember? How you know Sparkle? And child? Let me tell you something. Sparkle, I barely remember that damn song. Oh, I damn sure don't remember how she looked. I don't. I don't know nothing about nobody niece, none of that. I didn't, because I didn't need to keep that information. I didn't even need to know it, right? But she done lied. Because the first time I heard about her being with R. Kelly was when you remember when a dude did an interview that was in that band. I don't know which dude it was, but he did an interview that was in the R. Kelly. I got that vibe band, right? And he was saying, he said it, and he was telling about Sparkle and the man relationship and all that shit. I was like, huh? That was just something I was like, what is going on? But you see how shocked these people was when people having sex and getting pregnant for a teen? Just thinking to me. Damn shame. What's going on? Oh, I'm trying to get this computer move so slow. What the hell is going on? That is not normal. I have all kind of questions. But could you take that big old thing at 14? No. And again, where did it happen? Like, what? It wasn't nobody home with you, baby. I swear, we couldn't stay home by ourselves, child. Probably about 17 or 18 years old. Same with my child. Home by yourself, shit. You got me bent. A lot of what the kids call the latchkey kids and all that. Shit. You got a kid or you got a latchkey key, all right. Yeah, you put that key in that door, I'm opening the other side. I hate it when my child got in ninth grade and she was It wasn't basketball season or anything, and she was home like 45 minutes before I was. Boy, y'all should have listened to him. That is one reason I started coming in a little early. Because I was going to do what? Make sure I'm coming on in that depth. You heard me? 'Cause we don't want no mishap. Who is in charge of the girls? Are you in charge of the girls? I'm just saying the girls been coming up short. That's all I'm saying. You don't accuse me of stealing. Oh, you devil. Oh man, I miss some of our entertainment that we had back in the day. What was that? What was that show with Della Reese and that white girl lady? I watched a couple episodes of that, but you know, that wasn't really my juice. You know, and granted, it's hard when you know someone may not be telling the truth, right? About their story. And you gotta go to court and all that. That's why it was so that thing just when I tell you that thing cemented the deal, oh the tune was already um shut and closed. When he had that lady, man, in Georgia too, man. I mean that's a level of evil that I just don't understand, right? He literally manufactured the damn evidence. I'm trying to see if I can get this paper to pull up. I'm not running with y'all. I mean, who does? Until somebody ain't doing nothing to you and you owe them money to. They do that at. Somebody please tell me where they do that at. And I mean it just like I'm saying it. Like, gee. I mean, so that means you got to be so careful when you dealing with people, right? Because they can hold something. They can hold something, right? And next thing you know, here come the people putting your ass in jail with some shit that you know has no criminal, effects attached to it. But try. Mm-mm. Church, stop playing with that thing. Church does tricks. He he wasn't trained by nobody in Paris. He's never been sent to Paris to learn these tricks. Y'all see how slow this thing is taking? I promise you I'm still waiting. Okay, here we go. Okay, let me read this. I am not getting back in this R. Kelly stuff. And I still say, it don't matter I have the most interesting life. Okay, I ain't riding that with y'all, but let's read it. Okay. United States of America versus Robert Sylvester Kelly. All right, now I want y'all to listen. Make sure y'all listen. You know when the bozo be saying that the letter, the man name is in capitals, and so it means he's a corporation. Anybody seen the United States, all that extra shit. This is coming from his attorney. Okay, his R. Kelly's attorney. So why does R. Kelly's attorney have it in what? All caps. I'll wait. It don't have nothing to do about that weird take on the law that he, like other people that try to avoid civil penalties, sometimes criminal penalties, but mainly civil penalties. They never won in court using that foolishness. Not one case all over this land that I know of. And put it like that. Okay? But this is the defense have it all in capital letters. See, y'all need to start asking these questions. Not of me, because I already know the answer. I know BS. But ask these people, well, why is the defense got the letters, got the names and stuff in capital letters? Y'all better prove, question and prove. That's all you got to say. Prove it. All right, motion to extend deadline to file reply brief. Comes now to defendant Robert Kelly and moves this court to extend the deadline for filing his reply briefly by 30 days. In support, he states as follows. Mr. Kelly's reply to government's response to his motion for new trial based on newly discovered evidence is now due on February 18, 2026. In order to complete the brief, it is necessary for the undersigned to review certain evidence with Mr. Kelly, who is housed at FCI Buck. On January 28, 2026, the undersigned and his associated, Edward McDavid, traveled to FCI Butler in North Carolina to meet with Mr. Kelly in connection with the preparation of this reply brief. Y'all know I get stumbled up. Okay, wait a minute. Edward McDavid. He must be some Canadera McDavid. Upon arrival at the facility in North Carolina, counsel learned that Mr. Kelly was unavailable to see them at that time. No other details were provided. Subsequent to that, the undersigned has learned that medical issues had prevented Mr. Kelly from meeting with counsel. On February 6, 2026, the undersigned traveled to FCI Butler to meet with Mr. Kelly and review certain evidence and materials. 30 minutes prior to counsel's arrival at the facility in North Carolina, Mr. Kelly was taken to the special housing unit for an undisclosed infraction. Wait a minute. Hold on now. When they said it was, I thought he was supposed to be in a hole. Sharron, you got to come back up and go, wait a minute now. Is he in the hole or isn't he? Okay. Prison officials would not advise the undersigned on what this infraction was supposed to be. When he was finally able to see Mr. Kelly was denied access to all of his legal materials, which he needed in order to conduct the meeting with his attorney. Hence, the undersigned was not able to accomplish the goal of meeting and was not permitted to provide Mr. Kelly with any materials for him to review. Upon return to Chicago, the undersigned scheduled a telephone conference with Mr. Kelly for the morning of February 11, 2026. For further necessary discussion related to the reply brief. Mr. Kelly was not allowed to call the undersigned at the scheduled time, and the facility provided no response on why the officially scheduled legal call was not conducted. Okay, wait a minute. Was it 11? It's in the Holy Land. Wait. Now you know I can do nothing y'all say out here, right? You know that, right? Okay. Okay. The undersigned has thus been repeatedly thwarted in his effort to consult with Mr. Kelly at length. And while Mr. Kelly has his necessary legal materials, he is scheduled to go to North Carolina for another legal visit on February 17th, 2026. Under these circumstances, it is not possible to complete the reply brief by February 18th, 2026. Now, check this out right here. Don't be surprised if you don't see, R. Kelly can talk to the attorneys, blah, 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 blah. Don't be surprised if you don't see a motion, okay? Because the inmates are supposed to be able to speak their attorney. Okay. So don't be surprised if Bo don't add that into his motion to talk about the violation of what R. Kelly's right. Okay. Yes, phone calls and all that stuff matter because check this out right here. They put it in with the rules and with the Constitution and with everything that you, the attorney, should keep your client aware of everything. You should be able to go over what, what you need to go over prior to him him filing a motion, to him going to court. That can be seen as a what? constitutional violation. And you see, it has never been, for the legal part of it, it has never been about what he did, what he didn't do, and all of that after he was convicted, right? They did not make his legal team did not make any and it did not raise any defense based on that. Okay. All I heard from what I read is he tried to age them so they wouldn't have been minors. They tried to say that the prosecutors was using the wrong guidelines when it came to the herpes, right? The wrong health guidelines when it came to the herpes. Guidelines according with accordance to the law, put it like that. When it came to the herpes situation, okay. What else? They did ineffective assistance of counsel when it came to the jury. So the actual story from inception till it concluded was, neither here or there. We spent a lot of time fighting about a dolphin hotel when the damn dolphin hotel was neither here or there because he was in charge for nothing in Florida. He wasn't charged for nothing in Florida. So who was at the Dolphin Hotel? How they got there? Who wasn't there? Who was it? Was it the security, the police, chaperone, whoever knocked on the door? Who checked it? Well, we wasted all that time. See, I have time now. I had time now to waste on that. But baby, had I been in, had this been my case, honey, I would have blocked you. You could have called me about some goddamn text message or any of that other stuff. What do we have for the elements? That's all I'm gonna know. You got something to combat these elements? Like he wasn't there. He was somewhere in Italy on those dates, so he couldn't have exposed her to no herpes or something like that. Do you have that? You got that, then we can rock and roll. I don't hear about no damn mammy or none of that. I don't hear about none of that. Okay? In this position, like minors, in this position, you have to craft a very, very, very smart defense, right? He used affirmative defense. And we all said he ain't got no defense. Yes, he have a defense. I say he's gonna have to go with an affirmative defense because he's gonna have to explain why he has why the prosecutors have this evidence with his name all through it. I say, he ain't got to defend. Me and Kelly had that argument. People had that argument. Oh my God. He's going to have to use an affirmative defense, exculpatory defense. One of the other. because you just can't say, oh, wow, don't pay attention to the prosecutor's evidence, or you understand what I'm saying? So you're going to have to use one to explain it. Why everybody around you but you have the STD. And again, it's not about whether he has it or not. It's the crime was exposure of it. So one of the things I could think of is, hey, if they give you a date or something like that, oh, he was in Paris during that time. If they don't give you a date, because I know there's a lot of them, I think before they tighten that indictment up, a lot of them was on or about, and the range, it was a range, like just for instance, one said like they happened in 1985. Like when in 1985? Oh, whether the defense can exploit the hell out of that because hey, you got some broad like that, like you don't have a date within like 1 or 2 days or something like that. You can pin on my client. Oh baby, we better go to town on this. Because if that's the case, how do you know your elements and your facts in your case would point to my client? It could be someone else. Oh yeah, baby. It'll be another boyfriend on this taking a stand, all kinds of stuff. But they didn't have proof that he was somewhere else. The dates were such where, the women was pretty much allegedly in his life and not in their family's life. So there you go. I don't even know if anybody even tried. That would have been allowed. Like, why you cannot ask for that that doctrine with regards to people who people accuse someone of a sex crime, that you can't ask them about their sexual history. I don't think you ask them about their mental history, their work history, a lot, can't ask them that. But you can sure, you can't ask them directly, or was you sleeping with somebody else, whatever, you have to leave it open. You have to ask them something like, I don't know. Is it, are you sure about the dates? Were there any other men around during that time? And then from there, you can go down a line of questioning that would maybe show that her memory isn't that well. You know what I'm saying? You got to play around with it. You know what I'm saying? Because some with sexual abuse, very, very, very tricky. You just can't ask a whole bunch of questions like you would be able to ask a normal crime. Okay, it says the undersigned begins a murder for hire trial in U.S. versus Grady, MOED 21 CR00571 on February 23rd, 2026. Oh, okay, he done took another case. Hence, an extension of 30 days is necessary to meet with Mr. Kelly. Make sure he has the correct materials to understand the issues in the reply brief and get the brief completed. Both, what is it? Both friendly. So next time somebody tell y'all about some capital letters and all that bullshit, you can say, hey, on 2/16/2026, Bo Brenda filed it with the capital letters. Y'all don't be stopping these people from coming up here with this bullshit. Yeah. So I'm back around here in the front. This is this shit. This is going up, ain't it? Like let me see. I want to hear what we heard. Let's hear Joy Reid, right? I don't think we didn't hear Joy Reid. Okay. Trust and believe. I would have never, ever been clicking on this here. I got a video alive. I thought it was live, and I wasn't. I don't know stuff y'all interested in anyway, but it was about watching out for Trump to see if he turns this thing into a dynasty, right? Have his family and friends in control of the White House for several years to come. That's tyranny, right? I ain't gonna be able to do it. Did y'all see what I shared where he reposted or liked or something? Yeah, let me tell you how out of sorts I am. I kept seeing things talking about who's caring for Shorty or who's looking out for Shorty or whatever. I didn't even know that was the name of her book until the day. What? What's going on? I didn't know the name of her book. I'm like, what's going on? What's on this Shorty shit? What's going on? I mean, hell, it could seem like something one of them Tubi movies. I mean, who's looking out for the Shorty and all this? Okay, we're gonna listen to Joy Reid, her and Joy Reid, see if you get anything out of this. And
humiliation. And all of you who laughed at the punchline would argue you weren't laughing at me, but it didn't matter. The damage was done. This is a young woman who survived not just that humiliation after that video of her shameful abuse as a 14-year-old girl. She survived not just that, but also the trial in which she felt bullied and the stand could get away with it. Also later, see so many other women also damaged by him. And she's bravely come forward to tell her story. And Reshona Landfair joins me now. Her book, Who's Watching Shorty? Reclaiming Myself from the Shame of R. Kelly's Abuse, is being released this week. She's also a mom of women. Reshona, welcome. And
hi, thank you so much for.
So your book, first of all, it starts out as really a flashback to the 1990s. I mean, I think it was this sort of age of possibility, and you at that time you love basketball, you're a tomboy, and you're in this, this group, and you're 12 and 13 and already sort of experiencing kind of what it's like to like have people know who you are. And you wind up meeting R. Kelly. Yes. So I want you to start just by first, before we it